Letters of Oscar Wilde, Volume 5, 1898 to 1900. To Robert Ross, January to the 21st of February, 1898. From Afterburnerval. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rob Marland. Hôtel de Nice, Rue des Beaux-Arts, Paris, January 1898. My dearest Robbie, thanks so much for the cuttings. Smithers is absurd, only printing 400 copies to begin with, and not advertising. I fear he has missed a popular rush. He is so fond of suppressed books that he suppresses his own. Don't tell him this from me. I have written to him. Yours, Oscar. Paris, Sunday, February 13th, 1898. Dear Robbie, certainly it would be very kind of you to give Smithers the names of the people who should have copies. I have asked him to print slips for insertion, with the compliments of the author. Arthur Clifton, of course, and Dal Young, and anyone else you can think of. I have sent O.B. one at King's. Miss Frances Forbes Robertson should have one. Do you know her address? I suppose I should have no right to send Miss Schuster one. It is a great pity. I would like Sidney Grundy to have a copy. I fear that the press will boycott the work. It is very bitter and unfair, but I have not much hope of recognition. I am sending my wife a copy. I have seen hardly anyone in Paris. I am waiting to distribute 12 copies to my friends here, Henri Bauer, Mirbeau, and others. A poem gives one droit de cité, and shows that one is still an artist. There was an MP who was nice about me, through Miss Schuster. I forget his name. Would you have a copy sent to him also, with a slip? I have had a charming letter from Cunningham Graham, but except you and Reggie, none of the people to whom I sent copies has written to me. The lack of recognition in people is astonishing. I wish I could see you. I see no one here but a young Irishman called Healy, a poet. What does Alec think of the ballad? Ever yours, Oscar. Paris, Monday, February 21st, 1898. My dear Robbie, thanks for all your letters and cuttings. I have written to Smithers to tell him that you will give him a list of people to whom I wish copies to be sent, and Smithers has some printed slips, from the author, or with the compliments of the author, done for me, which he will insert. Will you kindly do this for me? The books are to be entered to my account, of course. I have written to Smithers to tell him so. Wyndham, George Alexander, and Louis Waller should have copies, also Mrs. Bernard Beer, Church Cottage, Marylebone Road, and Selwyn Image, and all your list. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Frank Harris, Winter, 1897. From Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions by Frank Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This letter, now published for the first time, is the most characteristic I received from Oscar Wilde in the years after his imprisonment. It dates, I think, from the winter of 1897, say some 8 months after his release. F.H. Hôtel de Nice, Rue des Beaux-Arts, Paris. My dear Frank, I cannot express to you how deeply touched I am by your letter. It is un vrai poignée de main. I simply long to see you, and to come again in contact with your strong, sane, wonderful personality. I cannot understand about the poem, The Ballad of Reading Gaol. My publisher tells me that, as I had begged him to do, he sent the 2 first copies to the Saturday and the Chronicle, and he also tells me that Arthur Symons told him he had written especially to you to ask you to allow him to do a signed article. I suppose publishers are untrustworthy. They certainly always look it. I hope some notice will appear, as your paper, or rather yourself, is a great force in London, and when you speak, men listen. I of course feel that the poem is too autobiographical, and that real experience are alien things that should never influence one. But it was wrung out of me, a cry of pain, the cry of Marsyas, not the song of Apollo. Still, there are some good things in it. I feel as if I had made a sonnet out of skilly, and that is something. When you return from Monte Carlo, please let me know. I long to dine with you. As regards a comedy, my dear Frank, I have lost the mainspring of life and art, la joie de vivre. It is dreadful. I have pleasures and passions, but the joy of life is gone. I am going under. The morgue yawns for me. I go and look at my zinc bed there. After all, I had a wonderful life, which is, I fear, over. But I must dine once with you first. Ever yours, Oscar Wilde. End of section. To Leonard Smithers, 28th of February, 1898. From the Bibliography of Oscar Wilde by Stuart Mason. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On February 28th, Wilde wrote from the Hôtel de Nice, Rue des Beaux-Arts, to Smithers, in reference to the preparation of this edition. "We have waited for you for hours. Surely you have not left Paris. It seems impossible, as the city wears its wonted air of joy. Please see about the author's edition with a cover by Ricketts, a new colour and a remark in gold. The Daily Telegraph, by the influence of Reggie Turner, has been forced to notice the book, but grudgingly and badly. Footnote. The poem has already had a certain vogue, not merely for the reason that it is a strikingly vivid and realistic description of prison life, but also because everyone is ready with a suggestion as to who the anonymous author really is. A moving piece of work, without doubt, despite its tone. Daily Telegraph, February 27th, 1898. End footnote. Do send me all the papers that have notices tomorrow. End of section. To Robert Sherard, from Oscar Wilde, The Story of an Unhappy Friendship. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After leaving Naples, he came to Paris and took a room in the fourth-rate hotel in an obscure street in the Latin Quarter, where he died. It was from this address that he sent me a copy of his Ballad of Reading Gaol. It was accompanied by a peevish letter, which showed an unhappy state of chronic irritation, one of the symptoms of the brain trouble of which he died. I am sending you a copy of my ballad, first edition, which I hope you will accept in memory of our long friendship. I had hoped to give it to you personally, but I know you are very busy, though I am sorry you are too busy to come and see me, or to let me know where you are to be seen. End of section. To Robert Ross, 23rd of March, 1898. Version 1. From After Berneval. Paris. Wednesday, March 23rd, 1898. My dear Robbie, 1,000 thanks for all the trouble you're taking for me. You, although a dreadful Low Church Catholic, as a little Christian sit in the snow-white robe. Christ did not die to save people, but to teach people how to save each other. This is, I have no doubt, a grave heresy, but it is also a fact. I have not read your letter to Constance. I would sooner leave it to you. You have the tact of affection and kindness. and I would sooner return it unread. My new address is at Hôtel d'Alsace, Rue des Beaux-Arts, much better and half the price. I have been ill through an accident for 5 days, but am better. Yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, version 2. From Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions by Frank Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I give the following extracts from a letter he wrote to Robert Ross in December 1897, shortly after leaving Naples, because it describes the second great crisis in his life, and is besides the bitterest thing he ever wrote, and therefore of peculiar value. The facts of Naples are very bold. Bosie, for 4 months, by endless lies, offered me a home. He offered me love, affection, and care, and promised that I should never want for anything. After 4 months I accepted his offer, but when we met on our way to Naples, I found he had no money, no plans, and had forgotten all his promises. His one idea was that I should raise the money for us both. I did so to the extent of £120. On this, Bosie lived quite happy. When it came to his having to pay his own share, he became terribly unkind and penurious, except where his own pleasures were concerned, and when my allowance ceased, he left. With regard to the £500, which he said was a debt of honour, he has written to me to say that he admits the debt of honour, but as lots of gentlemen don't pay their debts of honour, it is quite a common thing, and no one thinks any the worse of them. I don't know what you said to Constance, but the bold fact is that I accepted the offer of the home, and found that I was expected to provide the money, and when I could no longer do so, I was left to my own devices. It is the most bitter experience of a bitter life. It is a blow quite awful. It had to come, but I know it is better I should never see him again. I don't want to. It fills me with horror. A word of explanation will explain his reference to his wife, Constance, in this letter. By a deed of separation made at the end of his imprisonment, Mrs. Wilde undertook to allow Oscar £150 a year for life, under the condition that the allowance was to be forfeited if Oscar ever lived under the same roof with Lord Alfred Douglas. Having forfeited the allowance, Oscar got Robert Ross to ask his wife to continue it, and, in spite of the forfeiture, Mrs. Wilde continually sent Oscar money through Robert Ross, merely stipulating that her husband should not be told whence the money came. Ross, too, who had also sent him £150 a year, resumed his monthly payments as soon as he left Douglas. End of section. To Leonard Smithers. From The Soil. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hotel Terminus, Nice, Tuesday. Dear Smithers, has Sketch had a copy? If not, please send them one. Also, will you kindly send me a copy of the last edition in sheets, unsewn and unbound, so that I can give them to the printer of the Mercure de France. This pray do at once, as they go to press on the 15th. The weather in Paris is quite awful, real snow, and other horrors. I wish you would look at the Chanson d'Habileté by Pierre Louis. I think you could do something with it, privately, of course. That is a very limited edition. Ernest could translate it for you. Will Rothenstein has written me a wonderful appreciation of the ballad, really masterly. Maurice is quite well. I am now 2 games behind. I wish you could make him your agent here at a salary of £400 a year. My future would be, under Providence, assured. Yours, Oscar. End of section. To Leonard Smithers, 15th of March, 1898, from the Catalogue of the Glinzer Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Brilliant letter on William E. Henley. Lot 169, Wilde, Oscar. Autograph letter signed to Leonard Smithers. 4 pages, quarto, on Corrente Calamo paper, signed Oscar, with postmarked envelope. Hôtel de Nice, Rue des Beaux-Arts, Paris, March 15th, 1898. 1,000 thanks for the £4. It was most kind of you to think of it. I have been rather unhappy and troubled, so have not written, but I hope to get all right this week. I was greatly pleased with Symonds' article. It is admirably written, and most artistic in its mode of approval. I don't think I should answer Henley. I think it would be quite vulgar. What does it matter? He is simply jealous. He made his scrofula into vers libres, and is furious because I have made a sonnet out of skilly. Besides, there are only 2 forms of writers in England, the unread and the unreadable. Henley belongs to the former class. You can send this aphorism to the Sunday Special. Fine, neat letter. Symonds' criticism was in the Saturday Review, March 12th. Skilly is the English term for prison grub. Wilde's animosity for the author of In Hospital dated back to the appearance in the Scots Observer of letters denouncing Dorian Gray, 1890. End of section. To Robert Ross, 17th of March, 1898, from Afterburnerval. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hôtel de Nice, Rue des Beaux-Arts, Paris, March 17th, 1898. My dear Robbie, thanks for your letter. As soon as the £10 arrives, I am going to see how to live on it. I must try to invent some scheme of poverty, and have found a restaurant where for 80 francs a month one can get nothing fit to eat, 2 chances a day. So shall abonner myself there. But you don't realize what a problem it is to live on 250 francs a month. However, I must try. Today is the mi-carême, a detestable day of clowns and confetti, so I am writing in a cafe where I get this paper for nothing. I am charmed with Symonds' article in the Saturday. My writing has gone to bits, like my character. I am simply a self-conscious nerve in pain. Yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, 1st of April 1898, from Afterburnerval. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paris, Friday, April 1st, 1898. My dear Robbie, many thanks for the cheque, which I received this morning. The absurd money-changer, blind to his own interests, declared that he did not know your name. So I have to wait till Monday to touch the gold, but I have borrowed 20 francs from the concierge, so I'm all right. I wish you could come over, for 3 days at any rate. The reviews you sent me are excellent, and really the press has behaved very well, and Henley's hysterical personalities have done no harm, but rather the contrary. I am quite obliged to him for playing the role of the Advocatus Diaboli so well. Without him my beatification as a saint would have been impossible. But I shall now live as the infamous St. Oscar of Oxford, poet and martyr. My niche is just below that of the blessed St. Robert of Phillimore, lover and martyr, a saint known in hagiographer for his extraordinary power, not in resisting, but in supplying temptations to others. This he did in the solitude of great cities, to which he retired at the comparatively early age of 8. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To the editor of the Daily Chronicle, 24th of March 1898. From De Profundis, 1909, 14th Methuen edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The editor of the Daily Chronicle. Sir, I understand that the Home Secretary's Prison Reform Bill is to be read this week for the first or second time, and, as your journal has been the only paper in England that has taken a real and vital interest in this important question, I hope that you will allow me, as one who has had long personal experience of life in an English jail, to point out what reforms in our present stupid and barbarous system are urgently necessary. From a leading article that appeared in your columns about a week ago, I learn that the chief reform proposed is an increase in the number of inspectors and official visitors that are to have access to our English prisons. Such a reform as this is entirely useless. The reason is extremely simple. The inspectors and justices of the peace that visit prisons come there for the purpose of seeing that the prison regulations are duly carried out. They come for no other purpose, nor have they any power, even if they had the desire, to alter a single clause in the regulations. No prisoner has ever had the smallest relief, or attention, or care from any of the official visitors. The visitors arrive not to help the prisoners, but to see that the rules are carried out. Their object in coming is to ensure the enforcement of a foolish and inhuman code, and, as they must have some occupation, they take very good care to do it. A prisoner who has been allowed the smallest privilege dreads the arrival of the inspectors, and on the day of any prison inspection the prison officials are more than usually brutal to the prisoners. Their object is, of course, to show the splendid discipline they maintain. The necessary reforms are very simple. They concern the needs of the body and the needs of the mind of each unfortunate prisoner. With regard to the first, there are 3 permanent punishments authorized by law in English prisons. 1. Hunger. 2. Insomnia. 3. Disease. The food supplied to prisoners is entirely inadequate. Most of it is revolting in character. All of it is insufficient. Every prisoner suffers day and night from hunger. A certain amount of food is carefully weighed out ounce by ounce for each prisoner. It is just enough to sustain, not life exactly, but existence. But one is always racked by the pain and sickness of hunger. The result of the food, which in most cases consists of weak gruel, suet, and water, is disease in the form of incessant diarrhea. This malady, which ultimately with most prisoners becomes a permanent disease, is a recognized institution in every prison. At Wandsworth Prison, for instance, where I was confined for 2 months, till I had to be carried into hospital, where I remained for another 2 months, the warders go round 2 or 3 times a day with astringent medicines, which they serve out to the prisoners as a matter of course. After about a week of such treatment, it is unnecessary to say that the medicine produces no effect at all. The wretched prisoner is then left a prey to the most weakening, depressing, and humiliating malady that can be conceived. And if, as often happens, he fails, from physical weakness, to complete his required revolutions at the crank or the mill, he is reported for idleness, and punished with the greatest severity and brutality. Nor is this all. Nothing can be worse than the sanitary arrangements of English prisons. In old days, each cell was provided with a form of latrine. These latrines have now been suppressed. They exist no longer. A small tin vessel is supplied to each prisoner instead. 3 times a day a prisoner is allowed to empty his slops, but he is not allowed to have access to the prison lavatories, except during the 1 hour when he is at exercise. And after 5 o'clock in the evening he is not allowed to leave his cell under any pretence, or for any reason. A man suffering from diarrhea is consequently placed in a position so loathsome that it is unnecessary to dwell on it, that it would be unseemly to dwell on it. The misery and tortures that prisoners go through in consequence of the revolting sanitary arrangements are quite indescribable, and the foul air of the prison cells, increased by a system of ventilation that is utterly ineffective, is so sickening and unwholesome that it is no uncommon thing for warders, when they come in the morning out of the fresh air and open and inspect each cell, to be violently sick. I have seen this myself on more than 3 occasions, and several of the warders have mentioned it to me as one of the disgusting things that their office entails on them. The food supplied to prisoners should be adequate and wholesome. It should not be of such a character as to produce the incessant diarrhea that, at first a malady, becomes a permanent disease. The sanitary arrangements in English prisons should be entirely altered. Every prisoner should be allowed to have access to the lavatories when necessary, and to empty his slops when necessary. The present system of ventilation in each cell is utterly useless. The air comes through choked-up gratings, and through a small ventilator in the tiny barred window, which is far too small, and too badly constructed, to admit any adequate amount of fresh air. One is only allowed out of one's cell for 1 hour out of the 24 that compose the long day, and so, for 23 hours, one is breathing the foulest possible air. With regard to the punishment of insomnia, it only exists in Chinese and in English prisons. In China, it is inflicted by placing the prisoner in a small bamboo cage. In England, by means of the plank bed. The object of the plank bed is to produce insomnia. There is no other object in it, and it invariably succeeds. And even when one is subsequently allowed a hard mattress, as happens in the course of imprisonment, one still suffers from insomnia. For sleep, like all wholesome things, is a habit. Every prisoner who has been on a plank bed suffers from insomnia. It is a revolting and ignorant punishment. With regard to the needs of the mind, I beg that you will allow me to say something. The present prison system seems almost to have for its aim the wrecking and the destruction of the mental faculties. The production of insanity is, if not its object, certainly its result. That is a well-ascertained fact. Its causes are obvious. Deprived of books, of all human intercourse, isolated from every humane and humanizing influence, condemned to eternal silence, robbed of all intercourse with the external world, treated like an unintelligent animal, brutalized below the level of any of the brute creation, the wretched man who is confined in an English prison can hardly escape becoming insane. I do not wish to dwell on these horrors, still less to excite any momentary sentimental interest in these matters, so I will merely, with your permission, point out what should be done. Every prisoner should have an adequate supply of good books. At present, during the first 3 months of imprisonment, one is allowed no books at all except a Bible, prayer book, and hymn book. After that, one is allowed 1 book a week. That is not merely inadequate, but the books that compose an ordinary prison library are perfectly useless. They consist chiefly of third-rate, badly written religious books, so-called, written apparently for children, and utterly unsuitable for children or for anyone else. Prisoners should be encouraged to read, and should have whatever books they want, and the books should be well chosen. At present, the selection of books is made by the prison chaplain. Under the present system, a prisoner is only allowed to see his friends 4 times a year, for 20 minutes each time. This is quite wrong. A prisoner should be allowed to see his friends once a month, and for a reasonable time. The mode at present in vogue of exhibiting a prisoner to his friends should be altered. Under the present system, the prisoner is either locked up in a large iron cage or in a large wooden box with a small aperture covered with wire netting, through which he is allowed to peer. His friends are placed in a similar cage, some 3 or 4 feet distant, and 2 warders stand between to listen to, and, if they wish, stop or interrupt the conversation, such as it may be. I propose that a prisoner should be allowed to see his relatives or friends in a room. The present regulations are inexpressibly revolting and harassing. A visit from our relatives or friends is to every prisoner an intensification of humiliation and mental distress. Many prisoners, rather than support such an ordeal, refuse to see their friends at all, and I cannot say I am surprised. When one sees one's solicitor, one sees him in a room with a glass door, on the other side of which stands the warder. When a man sees his wife and children, or his parents, or his friends, he should be allowed the same privilege. To be exhibited like an ape in a cage, to people who are fond of one, and of whom one is fond, is a needless and horrible degradation. Every prisoner should be allowed to write and receive a letter at least once a month. At present, one is allowed to write only 4 times a year. This is quite inadequate. One of the tragedies of prison life is that it turns a man's heart to stone. The feelings of natural affection, like all other feelings, require to be fed. They die easily of inanition. A brief letter 4 times a year is not enough to keep alive the gentler and more humane affections by which ultimately the nature is kept sensitive to any fine or beautiful influences that may heal a wrecked and ruined life. The habit of mutilating and expurgating prisoners' letters should be stopped. At present, if a prisoner in a letter makes any complaint of the prison system, that portion of his letter is cut out with a pair of scissors. If, upon the other hand, he makes any complaint when he speaks to his friends through the bars of the cage, or the aperture of the wooden box, he is brutalized by the warders, and reported for punishment every week till his next visit comes round, by which time he is expected to have learned, not wisdom, but cunning, and one always learns that. It is one of the few things that one does learn in prison. Fortunately, the other things are, in some instances, of higher import. If I may trespass for a little longer, may I say this? You suggested in your leading article that no prison chaplain should be allowed to have any care or employment outside the prison itself. But this is a matter of no moment. The prison chaplains are entirely useless. They are, as a class, well-meaning, but foolish, indeed silly men. They are of no help to any prisoner. Once every 6 weeks or so, a key turns in the lock of one's cell door, and the chaplain enters. One stands, of course, at attention. He asks one whether one has been reading the Bible. One answers yes or no, as the case may be. He then quotes a few texts, and goes out and locks the door. Sometimes he leaves a tract. The officials who should not be allowed to hold any employment outside the prison, or to have any private practice, are the prison doctors. At present, the prison doctors have usually, if not always, a large private practice, and hold appointments in other institutions. The consequence is that the health of the prisoners is entirely neglected, and the sanitary condition of the prison entirely overlooked. As a class, I regard, and have always from my earliest youth regarded, doctors as by far the most humane profession in the community. But I must make an exception for prison doctors. They are, as far as I came across them, and from what I saw of them in hospital and elsewhere, brutal in manner, coarse in temperament, and utterly indifferent to the health of the prisoners or their comfort. If prison doctors were prohibited from private practice, they would be compelled to take some interest in the health and sanitary condition of the people under their charge. I have tried to indicate in my letter a few of the reforms necessary to our English prison system. They are simple, practical, and humane. They are, of course, only a beginning, but it is time that a beginning should be made, and it can only be started by a strong pressure of public opinion formularized in your powerful paper, and fostered by it. But to make even these reforms effectual, much has to be done. And the first, and perhaps the most difficult task, is to humanize the governors of prisons, to civilize the warders, and to Christianize the chaplains. Yours, etc., the author of the Ballad of Reading Gaol. March 23rd. End of section. To Robert Ross, March 1898, from Afterburnerval. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paris, March 1898. My dear Robbie, 1,000 thanks for cheque. Would you find out from Constance whether it is meant for arrears, or whether I am to live on it for 4 months? I wrote to her 2 days ago, and I don't think I would like to write again. So, if you can, find out, as I want to take an appartement with 2 rooms, one for writing, one for insomnia. Both, in fact, for insomnia. I don't know if will really go to London, but I understand your apprehensions. Personally, I think it would be wiser for him to wait till he is 60. A. seems quite devoted to the Sphinx. He is clearly caught in the net of her jade eyes. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, 30th of March, 1898. From Afterburnerval. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hôtel d'Alsace, Rue des Beaux-Arts, Paris. March 30th, 1898. My dear Robbie, what day do you come over? I really am recovering from my cab accident quite swiftly in consequence of the tidings of your coming. I saw Davray's translation of Reading Gaol yesterday, and went over part of it with him. It is a very difficult thing to translate, as, unfortunately and oddly, Davray has never been in prison, so knows nothing of prison terms. We banged the tins, appeared as on battait les fers blancs. I shall have to work for days over it. How splendid Stephen Phillips's poem is in the D.C. It shows how much truer imagination is than observation. If you see Smithers, please tell him to write sometimes to me. Yours ever, Oscar. End of section. To Leonard Smithers, 28th of March, 1898. From the Catalogue of the Stetson Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 345. Autograph letter signed, 4 pages, octavo. Hôtel d'Alsace, March 28th, 1898. To Leonard Smithers, with addressed envelope. No letter from you this morning. You don't know how ill I am, and what a narrow escape I had. You seem quite heartless, etc. End of section. To Robert Ross, 12th of April to the 14th of May, 1898. From Afterburnerval. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Telegram. Paris, April 12, 1898. Constance is dead. Please come tomorrow and stay at my hotel. Am in great grief. Oscar. Paris, April 1898. My dear Robbie, the copybooks are, of course, far too lovely to write in, but I look at them with joy and feel literary longings in me. It was very kind of you to send them. Harland is here, I dined with him and his wife at Poussey's last night. Remembering your delightful imitations, I could not help shouting with laughter from time to time. "Isn't he wonderful, Alice?" reappeared every 5 minutes, but they were both very nice. I dine with him again on Saturday. The Revue Blanche has a notice of my poem, and Feignon, the editor, has written a charming letter begging me to go and see them all. Blank is very angelic and quiet. It did him a great deal of good being trampled on by Maurice. Whistler and I met face to face the other night as I was entering Poussey's to dine with the Thoulows. How old and weird he looks, like Meg Merrilies. Yours, Oscar. Paris, May the 1st, 1898. My dear Robbie, more paper has arrived. How good you are. I really must begin The Sphere. I enclose you Hargrove's letter. It seems conclusive. Will you show it to Holman? My allowance should begin now, May the 1st. But did Holman not understand the circumstances? There was clearly no necessity to write to Adrian at all. He's bound to pay. Blank has not gone into his flat yet, but I chose some nice furniture for him at Maples. He will move in tomorrow, I hope. He apparently goes to races every day, and loses, of course. As I wrote to Maurice today, he has a faculty of spotting the loser, which, considering that he knows nothing at all about horses, is perfectly astounding. Ernest has been in Paris again. He invited Blank to dinner at the Café Anglais, but did not even come to see me. He avoids me with the artificial modesty of the debtor. Edmund is very smart, and directs his little band of brigands of the boulevard with great success. His book, Les Chevaliers du Boulevard, is begun, but he says he finds poetry very difficult. That promises well for his future as an artist. I dined with the Thoulows the other night, and on Saturday I went to the vernissage at the Salon. Rodin's statue of Balzac is superb. Just what a romancier is or should be. The leonine head of a fallen angel with a dressing-gown. The head is gorgeous, the dressing-gown an entirely unshaped cone of white plaster. People howl with rage over it. A lady who had gazed in horror on it had her attention directed to Rodin himself, who was passing by. She was greatly surprised at his appearance. "Et pourtant il n'a pas l'air méchant," was her remark. Ever yours, Oscar. Paris, May 1898. My dear Robbie, I hope you received Hargrove's letter all right. I clearly am entitled to my quarter, which was always paid in advance. It came due on May the 1st. I hope Holman will act rightly and behave well. Conda is over here, very vague and mist-like. The Revue Blanche I sent you, please show it to Smithers, and let him have it for the press notices. I want someone to write a preface for the sixpenny edition of the ballad. Do you approve? And what do you think of Davitt, or John Burns? It should be a prison reform preface. I would also like the press notices included, to show the reception of the poem. Do you see any objection? Yours, Oscar. Paris, Sunday, May 8th, 1898. My dear Robbie, something must be done. Friday and Saturday I had not a penny, and had to stay in my room, and as they give only breakfast at the hotel, not dinner, I was dinnerless. My quarter is really due the 18th of May. It began the 18th of May, and was always paid in advance. The November allowance was suppressed, but the February was paid by my wife, and the May is due on the 18th. In any case, as I would like it always paid through you, could you get someone to advance the money, so as to be paid now, and when it is paid, you simply hand over the cheque? I enclose what seems a legal document. I judge solely from its want of style. Armed with this, surely, dear Robbie, you could get me £30 at least, if not £38 10 shillings. I'm quite off my balance with want and worry, and have also had to have an operation on my throat, unpaid for yet, except in pain. Yours, Oscar. Paris, Tuesday, May 10th, 1898. My dear Robbie, thanks for the letter of the wicked Holman. By reading between the lines I can discern passionate remorse underlying the apparent coldness. Personally, as the allowance was from the first paid in advance, I cannot understand how the trustees can possibly take on themselves to alter an arrangement made by my wife. I have written, in my nicest style, to Hargrove on the subject. I have had a very bad time lately, and for 2 days had not a penny in my pocket, so had to wander about, filled with a wild longing for bock and cigarettes. It was really like journeying through hell. I was in the circle of the boulevards, one of the worst in the Inferno, and I could get only breakfast here, not dinner, so was dinnerless. I hope to get a typewritten copy of Bunbury soon, and to work on it. In type, size, paper, and the like, it should be identical with the other plays, and Shannon should do the cover. The chance of a popular edition of the ballad depends entirely on Smith's bookstalls. Blank is at Nogent, with Strong, very angry because I won't join him. Best love, ever yours, Oscar. Paris, Wednesday, May 11th, 1898. My dearest Robbie, thanks so much. I have got some money now, but I hope that Carlos will advance me my allowance. I have given him an order on you to pay it over to him, the first instalment, of course. He says he will do so if you say that it is for my good. Well, it is clearly for my good to have dinner and other necessaries. Monday was really too appalling for words, and indeed I have had a very bad time, so I hope you have consented. I am going to ask Smithers to buy The Importance of Being Earnest, and then I think I shall go to the country somewhere. The difficulty is that it pours with rain all day now. As regards blank, he has been very nice to me indeed, but for the last week he has been at Nogent with Strong, as he had no money at all, and I could not ask him for any. But when he had money he was very hospitable and generous, paying for things when we were together. Of course, the difficulty is that blank, when he asks me to dinner, will always insist on going to a very expensive place and ordering champagne, spending about 60 francs in the whole evening. I would be quite content with a 3-franc dinner, but he hates it. The last time we dined together, I insisted on a 3-franc dinner at a capital restaurant Conde took me to, quite close here, in the Rue de l'Echelle, and it went off capitally. But this was the only occasion I managed to make him economize at all. I will write again when I hear from Carlos. With 1,000 thanks, dear Robbie, for all your sweetness to me. Ever yours, Oscar. Taverne F. Pousset, 14 Boulevard des Italiens, Paris, May 14th, 1898. My dear Robbie, yes, all that you say is true, but still I have done a good year's work. You might remember that. Now I want to do work again for the next year, but it is not easy to recapture the artistic mood of detachment from the accidents of life. Of course, I cannot bear being alone, and while the literary people are charming when they meet me, we meet rarely. Of course, the allowance has to be paid to Holman first. All I meant was that he should send it to you instead of to me. In that way, Carlos could advance the sum required. I enclose a note to Holman. Frank Harris has sent me nothing. I think of writing to him. Certainly rooms at £60 a year could easily be got, and would be the most splendid thing for me. It is very good of you to think of it. The hotel is unwholesome, and also difficult to write in. Pray let me know if your project comes to anything. I should like them fairly near, so as to avoid using cabs. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To an unidentified correspondent, 14th of May, 1898, from the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 67. After Berneval 61. 4 pages, 8vo, 3/4 of a page. At the end of the first paragraph, after "we meet rarely," one sentence is omitted. Accompanying this letter is another 2 pages, 8vo, unpublished, which we print in full. It is addressed from Paris, May 14th, 98. Dear Sir, I should be much obliged if you would kindly pay my allowance as it comes due each quarter to Mr. Robert Ross of 11 Upper Phillimore Gardens, W. His receipt will, in all cases, be a full receipt for any claims of mine, and I beg you to accept it as such. I remain your obedient servant. Signed, Oscar Wilde. The 2 letters, £20. End of section. To Robert Ross, 18th of May, 1898. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 68. Here published for the first time. 2 1/4 pages, 8vo. We omit nothing of consequence. £7, 7 shillings. May 18th, 98. My dear Robbie, you are really the Angelus ex machina who has taken the place of the wicked pagan gods in modern tragedy. The only drawback is that a modern tragedy has 55 acts, and that the hielos must appear in all of them. I will write to you tomorrow at length on many things, but your arrangement with is delightful. Pray thank him for me. Wishes to be remembered. Yours, Oscar. I am writing in a cafe where there is no ink. End of section. To Leonard Smithers, 20th of May, 1898. From the Catalogue of the Gleinzer Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 167. Wilde, Oscar. Autograph letter signed to Leonard Smithers. 4 pages, 4to. Signed with initials, with postmarked envelope. Paris, Friday, May 20th, 1898. As regards the French translation, with the English original of the ballad, there will be no sale for it in London except a few copies for bibliophiles. No one wants a poem with a French translation except French people. The book will be brought out here at 2 francs. It will be unattractive in form, except its ordinary jonquil paper cover. So useless is English air. Send me, if you can, £4, or even 3. I am now trying to leave my hotel and get rooms where I can get breakfast, and so stay in during the morning. Going out for breakfast is fatal to work. Interesting letter, giving further details as regards the French translation. Alludes to the importance of being earnest. End of section. To Robert Ross, 20th and 24th of May, 1898. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 69. Here published for the first time. 4 pages, 8vo. We omit about 1 page of manuscript. £20. Hôtel d'Alsace, Friday, May 20th, 1898. My dear Robbie, the idea of the rooms is too delightful, and I could get admirable rooms for what you mention. Of course, unfurnished rooms are much cheaper, but then furnishing costs a lot. I hope the £10 for May will arrive soon. I have had to pay my washerwoman and my doctor, and some money lent me, so life goes on. Valette of the Mercure has ultimately arranged to bring out my poem in volume form at 2 francs. I fear my only profit will be the profitable pleasure of looking at the daffodil paper cover. They never pay for translations of poems. I have written a poem in prose this morning, an old one, but not written out up to this. The weather is detestable. Edmund desires his homage to be sent to you. Yours, Oscar. Lot 70. Here published for the first time. 16 pages, octavo. We omit about 2½ pages of manuscript. £85. Tuesday, May 24th, 1898. Dear Robbie, thanks for your letter. I hope the £10 will arrive tomorrow. It will be a sunlit moment when it does. If it doesn't, I'm afraid I shall be obliged to telegraph to you daily. As regards the rooms, the difficulty about taking furnished apartments is this. If one has furnished apartments, one is entirely at the mercy of the proprietaire, who can ask one to leave whenever he chooses, and all houses in Paris where there are furnished rooms are a form of hotel. Other people live there, and might object to my living at the same address. The proprietaire would, of course, find out my real name and ask me to go. This would not be a question of my conduct, but of my personality. Furnished apartments would be impossible for me. I am undisturbed as yet at my hotel, because it is a very poor and insanitary place. People won't stay there, as there is no drainage. Also, I am very anxious to be able always to breakfast in, and sometimes to dine in. Otherwise, work is impossible. In furnished apartments, one is charged hotel prices, and a furnished flat with a kitchen would cost about £80 a year at least. If I had an unfurnished flat with a kitchen, I could have a woman to come in every morning to clean and cook, and to return, if required, at 6 o'clock to cook some dinner. The saving is enormous. Such breakfast as I take, a couple of eggs and a cutlet, costs very little if you buy the things yourself. But the chief point is that if you take unfurnished rooms, you are your own master. Your visitors go up directly to call on you. The concierge is not seen nor consulted. No one can interfere. I have been several times to see blank, and I have not yet seen the concierge. At the present moment, if the patron of the Hôtel d'Alsace asked me to leave, I would have to go at once. Ashton, as you know, was turned out of his hotel by a commissionaire de police because he was intoxicated. He was in bed at the time and asleep, and I had to dress him and take him out of the hotel at 10:15 at night. The juge d'instruction, whom I saw personally at the police station, told me that the proprietor of furnished rooms could turn out any person he chose, at any time. That is the French law. In unfurnished rooms, one can do as one chooses. So you see that for me the only chance I have is to take unfurnished rooms. I don't take them for the purpose of riotous living. Lack of money, to put it on the lowest grounds, entails sobriety. But I do not want to be disturbed. To suggest I should have visitors of high social position is obvious, and the reason why I cannot have them is obvious also. But as I said, in unfurnished rooms I can live quietly and at peace. Please seriously consider this point. Also, my dear Robbie, do not listen to stories about my being expelled from Paris. They are childish. I live a very ordinary life. I go to cafes like Pousset's, where I meet artists and writers. I don't frequent places like the Café de la Paix. I dine in modest restaurants for 2 or 3 francs. My life is rather dull. I cannot flaunt or dash about. I have not got the money, nor the clothes. When I can, I go to the Quartier Latin under the wing of a poet, and talk about art. I suppose blank is the author of the Canard. It is unkind of him. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Leonard Smithers, from the catalogue of the Stetson collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. With an important autograph letter to the publisher. Lot 109, The Ballad of Reading Gaol, by C33, octavo, original cloth, uncut. London, Leonard Smithers, 1898. First edition. Laid in is an important autograph letter signed from Oscar Wilde to his publisher, 4 pages, octavo. My dear Smithers, you are a very good fellow, and I am much obliged to you. But you must really come over and see me, and also look on Rodin's wonderful statue of Balzac, a superb work of genius. I went to see the trial of Camera and his wife yesterday. It was very tragic, and the judge tortured them. The audience laughed when the beast in red made a point. Dear Robbie is so thoughtful for others in making arrangements for me to live in a cheerful French pension, with table d'hote at 6:30 and pleasant ladies' society in the evening. I am to play dominoes. Yours, O.W. This edition was limited to 800 copies. End of section. To Leonard Smithers, 25th of May, 1898, version 1. From the catalogue of the Glinzer collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Important letter on the importance of being earnest. Lot 168. Wilde, Oscar. Autograph letter signed to Leonard Smithers. 8 pages, quarto, signed with initials, with postmarked envelope. Paris, Wednesday, May 24th, 1898. I understood that my letter to you was to be Alexander's warrant for sending you the manuscript. I am very sorry for the mistake, and have written this morning to Alexander to send it to you at once. Maurice arrived this morning, from London. Robert Ross especially seems to have taken an interest in him. He is so fond of children, and of people like myself who have childlike, simple natures. I wonder you don't ever publish a series of translations from the French. Every week in the Paris papers there appear to be 2 or 3 capital short stories, full of wit and invariably clever in idea. The French can treat any subject with wit, and where one laughs there is no immorality. Immorality and seriousness begin together. Of course you understand that Alexander's manuscript is to be typewritten at once, on thick good paper, not tissue, as I cannot correct tissue, and one should not waste tissue. So, at least, the doctors say. Write to me that you have given up your idea of coming to Paris. Then your arrival will be a surprise. Long and interesting letter of more than 400 words, which should have been dated May 25th. Sir George Alexander owned the play. Maurice is Maurice Gilbert, one of the few to follow Wilde to the grave. Roland Gerald is suggested as translator of the French stories. Mention of the ballad. An extremely facetious postscript giving the title of a proposed novel, the title of which is referred to Robbie Ross, because, writes Wilde, he knows the pulse of the public. End of section. To Leonard Smithers, version 2. From the catalogue of the Stetson collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 349. Autograph letter signed, with initials, 8 pages, octavo, Wednesday, May 24th. To Leonard Smithers, on literary matters, with addressed envelope. Maurice arrived this morning, looking tired and beautiful. My friend Robert Ross especially seems to have taken quite an interest in him. He is so fond of children, and of people like myself who have childlike, simple natures. I am thinking of writing a novel called The Boy Snatcher of Clement's Inn, etc. End of section. To Robert Ross, 25th of May to June 1898. From the catalogue of the Delau collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 71. Here published for the first time. 8 pages, 8vo. The first 4 pages and another later page of the letter are omitted here. £50. Wednesday, May 24th. 25th. 98. My dear Robbie, I hope that you were able to read my letter of yesterday. Believe me that in furnished apartments I could not live. I would be asked to go. I understand that you think I have people to tea every day, but no one comes to see me. I am never in during the afternoon, except when I am confined to the house by a sharp attack of penury. I hope to go looking for rooms tomorrow. I would like them near here, if possible, but the vital thing is the sanitary question. It is a real horror in life to live in an insanitary house, especially now that summer is coming on. So I think of looking in some of the streets close to the near end of the Champs-Élysées. There are new and well-drained houses there. As regards the idea of pawning the furniture, of course that was a joke. If Smithers would give me £30 for the play, I could buy quite enough furniture. Blank, on £40, is really splendidly gorgeous, an air of wealth about the chairs. Goodbye, dear Robbie. Write soon. Yours, Oscar. Lot 72. Here published for the first time. 12 pages, 8vo. A little more than 1 page of the original manuscript is omitted here. £55. May 1898. My dear Robbie, 1,000 thanks for the cheque. May I ask when the June £10 comes due? Of course the 1st of the month, otherwise I will never be able to keep my accounts straight. Of course nothing can be done about rooms till you decide, and have the collection for the Sweet Sinner of England in hand, but I still suspect you of having a flat of some kind concealed about your person. My instinct in such points is unerring. Yesterday I went to the salon, as modern art had a chastening effect on blank, and he seemed sad. We went afterwards to the Foire aux Invalides, where Maurice won a knife by foolishly throwing a ring over something. Blank is here. On Wednesday he created a horrible scene in Campbell's bar by bawling out "À bas les Juifs," and insulting and assaulting someone whom he saw was a Jew. The fight continued in the street, and blank tried to create an anti-Semite, anti-Dreyfusard demonstration. He succeeded, and was ultimately felled to the ground by the Jew. I met him at Campbell's by chance on the next day. Campbell told him that the only reason he would consent to serve him was that blank and I had shaken hands with him. This rather amused me when I remember blank's monstrous moralizing about us, and how nobody should know us. Blank looked quite dreadful, all covered with cigar ash, stains of spilt whisky and mud. He was unshaven, and his face in a dreadful state. He had no money, and borrowed a franc from blank. Yesterday he turned up again, and had to receive a rather insolent lecture from Campbell, who told him he preferred Jews to drunkards in his bar. He was much depressed, so of course I gave him drinks and cigarettes and all that he wanted. To show his gratitude, he insisted on reciting the Ballad of Reading Gaol at the top of his voice, and assuring me that I was le plus grand maître de la littérature moderne et la plus grande homme du monde. At the end he got very tedious, and lest I might love my poem less than I wished to, I went away. Poor blank. He really is quite insane and unbearable, except to very old friends who bear much. He begged me to lunch with him and to bring Maurice, but I declined, feigning temporary good health as my excuse. He has gone to the country today. I hope he will get better. Years ago he was a very good and dear fellow. I dined last night with Robert de Humières, a very charming young Frenchman, whom I first met, years ago, at Frank Schuster's. He had asked a poet to meet me, and I believe I was rather wonderful. I liked the review you sent me immensely. Do you know the writer? It is a very good appreciation. Ever yours, Oscar. Lot 73, here published for the first time. 7 pages, octavo. We omit about 1½ pages of the manuscript. The letter has the original envelope. £40. Tuesday, May 31st. My dear Robbie, I feel we are both premature. People who count their chickens before they are hatched act very wisely, because chickens run about so absurdly that it is impossible to count them accurately. But the question of rooms is different, and I fear you will have great trouble in getting any promises. I am not very sanguine about it. I don't wish to be horrid, but I think you are a little unkind. The difficulty I am under is my name, my personality. I might be practically turned out of furnished rooms at a moment's notice. In unfurnished I am my own master. But, as I said, all this is premature, and if you get any serious promises, of course, you will let me know. I saw a delightful miracle play on Sunday in the Quartier Latin, and dined with a lot of the actors and 4 poets afterwards. They were most nice and sympathetic, and we were all very gay on vin ordinaire. After all, the only proper intoxication is conversation. Last night Antoine sent me a box to see Les Tisserands, the play that was suppressed in Berlin, and for a long time here. It is socialistic in subject matter, and I did not much care for it. The play was rather like a public meeting, and should be called The Triumph of the Supers, but of course I was glad to see it. I see that Max has become dramatic critic, and has begun by his valedictory address. He is clearly entitled to his retiring pension by this time. With regard to the ballad, I wrote to Smithers to suggest to him that simple copyright would enable him to stop the sale of the French edition, if it should be on sale. I should like you and some others to have copies, as literary curios, but I personally don't want it sold in London, as I get nothing out of it. It should be made as contraband as Torchnitz. On Friday I dine with the editor of L'Hermitage, that artistic review, and Maeterlinck has conveyed to me his desire to meet me. He is now in London, but is anxious I should call on his fiancée, Georgette Leblanc, an astonishing woman, now singing Sappho with the Opera Comique in Calvé's place. I am told she is one of the most brilliant and strange personalities in the world. Where do you spend your summer? Is there any chance of your being in France? Conda has asked me to come and see him at a place called Bonnières, between this and Rouen. He says he has found a furnished house for me, 150 francs for 3 months. But I am afraid of the river air. I hope to go to the sea. Rivers are very bad for me. I need air like strong wine. I fear if I write any more that the weight of the ink will force you, or me, to pay extra postage. So, dear Robbie, 1,000 thanks for all your trouble for the perverse and impossible person. Ever yours, Oscar. Lot 74, here published for the first time. 7 pages, 8vo. There are no serious omissions in the printed version below. £40. Wednesday, June 1st, 98. My dear Robbie, people who repent in sackcloth are dreary, but those who repent in a suit by Dore, and intend this suit for another, are worthy of paradise. It is most sweet of you, and the colour I would like is blue, like the suit I had last year. A rather painful fact, apparent to all, must now be disclosed. Pray mention it to no one but Dore, and break it to him gently. I am distinctly stouter than I was when the last suit was made. I should say a good inch and a half. I can still button the old Dore suit, but it is tight, and the 2 lower buttons drag. I would like the same stuff, if possible. It is such good stuff, and has lasted so well. Blank is now inseparable from Maurice. They have gone again to Nogent. I made Maurice put a postscript into a rather silly letter, inspired by blank, which he sent off to you today. I think letters of that kind quite stupid and witless, but blank has no real enjoyment of a joke unless he thinks there is a good chance of the other person being pained or annoyed. It is an entirely English trait. The English type and symbol of a joke being the jug on the half-opened door, or the distribution of orange peel on the pavement of a crowded thoroughfare. I hope that the beautiful blue suit will be brought over by either you or Reggie. If not, let Smithers be told that the duty is his. I hear that the custom house is exorbitant, and sends you papers on which they have thrown sand. I find I have written the beginning of a letter to a French poet on the other side of this, so cannot write more. Fabulé is the author of La Crise, an attempt at an anarchical poem, a dull thing at best. Yours, Oscar. Lot 75, here published for the first time, 8 pages, 8vo. We omit about 1 page of the manuscript. £50. Paris, 1898. My dear Robbie, thanks so much for cheque. I hope you replaced Oxford in the right way. It is sad to think I may have of disciples but few or none in that sweet grey city that nurtured me. Georgette Leblanc sent me seats last night for Sappho at the Opera Comique. She is one of the most wonderful artists I ever saw. The music meandered aimlessly about, as Massenet's usually does, with endless false alarms of a real melody, and incessant posing of themes that are not resolved into any development. But her acting was really a marvel. Blank was with me, and she looked at us with wonderful eyes, and on her calls gave us her bows to the exclusion of the rest of the crowded house. Blank was seated next a German, who exhaled in strange gusts the most extraordinary odours, some of them racial. It is smell that differentiates races. Others connected with all kinds of trades from leather dressing and carpentry to vitriol works and the keeping of an Italian warehouse. Others, such as are found only among les mangeurs des choses immondes. Others connected with gas, fuel, and candles. In the last act he became like a petroleum lamp. Blank bore it very well indeed, but had practically to sit in my pocket. Maurice, unfortunately under the influence of his mother, who seems to be devoted to betting, spends all his day at suburban racecourses. Of course he always wins. He is a child of the sun, not a Selene-Zomenos as you and I are. But in spite of betting, and spotting the winner, more wonderful than ever. Blank preys on his femme de ménage, who now pays for everything, including cigars. When he gives his orders, she looks upon the wondering sky with unreproachful stare. She is so bewildered. She apparently thought that blank was going to pay for everything. Of course, she finds that that is out of the question. Her psychological condition is extraordinary. Yours, Oscar. End of section. To Leonard Smithers, 23rd of June, 1898. From Oscar Wilde, Fragments and Memories, by Martin Birnbaum. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. June 23rd, 1898. My dear Smithers, please send me £10, and you will receive the manuscript with its due corrections. I don't think you can receive it if you don't, as I am quite penniless, and on the brink of expulsion from my hotel. I do not receive anything till July 1st. I hope you will make up your mind about this coming to Paris, as Robbie has a suit of clothes for me, and if you don't come I shall have to wait till I can pay the duty. I have gone to a little inn at Nogent. Address, Monsieur Sebastian Melmoth, L'Idée, Le Perreux, Nogent-sur-Marne. As I dare not go back to my hotel, and at Nogent I have credit. Do please do this for me at once. Yours, O.W. End of section. To Robert Ross, 27th of June to 29th of June, 1898. From the catalogue of the Delau collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 76. Here published for the first time. 8 pages, octavo. There are no considerable omissions from this letter. £40. Monday, June 27th. My dear Robbie, I did not write to you because I was expecting you and the lovely suit of clothes over here. Reggie wrote to me a fortnight ago that you were coming over, and would no doubt call on me. I have been staying at Nogent. It is a lovely place, and we have had some charming days, but goes up to Paris daily, and only returns for dinner. He goes and sits in his rooms. He says it is absurd to have rooms, and not to sit in them. Has behaved like a hypocritical ass to me, and finally wrote me a letter accusing me of having written some attack on him that appeared in some Paris paper. I need hardly say I never read the paper, or saw the attack, and that I never write anonymous attacks on people anywhere. I was so angry I wrote him a very strong letter. He has got into a mess here through being Renac's homme de paille in his Dreyfus Syndicate campaign, and I should not wonder if he were expelled. His connection with Conybeare, the author of the article insulting the état-major, for which Renac has been dismissed from the army, is well known. It was, of course, really written by . He has returned to Boulogne, so as to be near the coast. The comic thing about him is the moral attitude he takes up. To be either a Puritan, a prig, or a preacher is a bad thing. To be all three at once reminds one of the worst excesses of the French Revolution. I see no difference between him and N. They both got £10,000 out of a young man of unbusinesslike character, but C. was cunning enough to keep within the letter of the law, and his refusal to take any action when he was accused of cheating at cards, or conniving at the fraud, shows how little he really cares about his character. He came down to see me about a fortnight ago, inquired affectionately into my financial position, actually wept floods of tears, begged me to let him pay the balance of my hotel bill, a request that I did not think it right to refuse, and left me with violent protestations of devotion. A week later he wrote me a nonconformist conscience letter in which he said that as he did not approve of my knowing he thought it would be morally wrong of him to help me in any way except by advice. He also added that his wife disapproved of my knowing . So Tartuffe goes out of my life. Of course, the fact of his being a Jew on his father's side explains everything. I hope on the day of St. Hugh of Lincoln there will be a general massacre, but I don't know when the day occurs. Do you? Ever yours, Oscar. Lot 77, here published for the first time. 20 pages, octavo. Considerable portions of the manuscript have been omitted in this printed version. £100. L'idée Perrault Nogent Sauman. Write to Paris always. My dear Robbie, I went up to Paris today and found the lovely suit at my hotel. It fits perfectly, and is most smart and elegant. 1,000 thanks for it. Dear Reggie's offerings are most welcome also. Just what I wanted. I must write to him at once to thank him. With regard to blank, you must not think I quarrelled with him. Far from it. Although he treated me with utter indifference, never invited me to have bite or sup with him at a cafe or elsewhere, and in the course of 5 months only came 4 times to see me, I never quarrelled with him. But 3 weeks ago he wrote me a letter breaking off our friendship. Ugly things cannot be done prettily, in life at any rate. And what he said was, "I have no further interest in you or in your affairs," etc. To this letter I made no reply at all, though, considering our ancient friendship, and how I stuck to him in his trouble, one, of course, gravely affecting his position as a gentleman, or his claim to be one, I might have written him a letter that would have made him writhe like an adder in a fork, with grotesque contortions and ineffectual venom. I accepted it. One cannot demand friendship as a right. One cannot extort affection with a knife. To awaken gratitude in the ungrateful were as vain as to try to waken the dead by cries. He had broken off our friendship in a coarse, offensive letter. I was wounded, but I made no reply. A week later he wrote a much worse letter in which he accused me of attacking his private life in a French newspaper that I had never even seen. That was a different matter. His first letter concerned his own attitude towards me. That was his affair. I left it so. I made no taunt, no appeal, no remonstrance. His second letter brought a disgraceful accusation against me and my attitude towards him and conduct. Then, of course, I wrote asking for an apology. Of course, he has not sent one. He has not the instincts of a gentleman in the matter. But I told him a few truths about himself, which he can ponder on in exile. For he is, I am glad to say, quite over in Paris. The Libre Parole and the Intransigeant, the former, one of the first papers in France, have published his dossier, as it is called, his whole relations with N. The £10,000 he got out of him, the cheating scandal and his refusal to meet the charge, his relations with the Dreyfus syndicate, who employed him as the go-between between Reinach and Schwarzhoppen, his coaching Conybeare to accept the responsibility of the article for quoting which, with approval, Reinach has been dismissed from the army. The unfortunate is daily alluded to as cet écroc, ce triste individu, le nommé Juif et chevalier de industrie. His whole dossier is paraded, and he has tumbled into the mud in Paris as completely as he did in London. It is a great nemesis on him. He treats me, his oldest and most faithful friend, with contempt, because I am friends with and says that no one should know such an infamous person as . A fortnight later he has to bolt to Boulogne, because from a little corner, a very little corner of his own life, a veil is raised. The gods are sometimes just, and always humorous. My dear Robbie, the thing was over and done with. I did not wish that the first time we met I should present him with a bill. It all occurred when I had lots, too much indeed, of money, and I did not feel up to raking up his past. I thought I had got back my friend, and, of course, I had no legal claim of any kind. What I did from kindness to blank primarily, and in the second place to a woman whom I had known intimately. We had all stayed together at the Hôtel d'Athénée, at the Hôtel de Normandie, at the Hôtel de Deux Monts, at many places together. If they had often been my guests at dinner, I had, far more often, been theirs. I was not up to sending in my bill. It was perhaps foolish of me, but, my dear boy, gentlemanly feelings linger in the most improbable places. It is one of the paradoxes of life. If I could have the feelings appropriate to my position, or rather my lack of position, it would be better for me. But while natures alter, what is artificial is permanent always. In the meanwhile I console myself by reading the terrible exposé of Le Nommé blank, Hispano-Anglais Juif, banni de la Société Anglaise pour ses escroqueries, etc., etc. It amuses me to see Tartuffe in the pillory. I have the most terrible of all pleasures, the pleasure of the spectator, a pleasure without which art would be dead, and life would be humane. It is a curious thing, dear little absurd Robbie, that you now always think that I'm in the wrong. It is a morbid reaction against your former and more rational estimate of me. The only thing that consoles me is that your moral attitude towards yourself is even more severe than your moral attitude towards others. Yours is the pathological tragedy of the hybrid, the pagan Catholic. You exemplify the beauty and the uselessness of conscience. When I read your often bitter censures of me, and your stern lectures, I think of your censures of yourself, of your awful curtain lectures, delivered alone, listened to in silence, unanswerable merely because they are not answered. Judge and prisoner the same person. Yourself your own jailer. Why not sometimes think that I may be in the right? Why, at once, take the side of le triste individu? I often wonder what would have happened to those in pain if, instead of Christ, there had been a Christian. As regards Dal Young, I have written, or rather am going to write, to him. It is a long history, but I think when you know the circumstances that you will have a different view. In any case, blank has nothing to do with the matter. All he did was to write some lovely lyrics, for nothing, I need hardly say. Dal Young at first offered to give me a house, to have it built for me at Berneval, so that I should have a home. It was to cost £700, with a freehold of the land. This offer I declined. I thought it a piece of generous but quixotic enthusiasm. I hardly knew him at the time. I did not think it right to accept such an offer. Then he begged me to write him a libretto. I made out a libretto that enchanted him. For 2 months he was at me to promise to do it. I told him that I did not, could not know if I could continue my literary work. He laughed at the idea. His wife, his friends, urged me to accept his offer. I was asked to name a price for a libretto. I asked £100 and £50 on production. I could hardly have asked less. The lowest literary hack in Grub Street would not write the libretto of an original classical opera for less. I asked little, because I knew he was simply anxious to show his confidence in his future by giving me a start. He wanted to help me. I had refused the gift of a house at £700. After 3 months I did accept what I knew in my heart was meant half as a gift, half as an encouragement. He told me to take my own time about it. He said that all he wanted was that I should know that he believed in me, etc., etc. Well, I have not done it yet. I may never do it. I don't think I shall ever write again. I told him all that. Of course, it would have been more prudent for me to have secured the house. £700 is a good stroke of business, is it not? But some way I did not like to do it. I could not have done it. It would have been wiser if I had, but I should have rather despised myself. Ultimately I accepted a commission, and, being asked to fix my own terms, fixed the lowest I could think of. I knew it was all, at that time, meant simply as a means of being kind to me, of helping me without humiliating me. If now I am accused of getting money from Young under false pretences, it shows me that one should never accept any act of kindness. People regret their good actions. That is the point to which the moral sense ultimately arrives. In any case, in this matter I have done nothing that could be brought up against me, and Young should set the matter right at once, if such a rumour is current. Your postcard has just been handed to me here. Who is Steele? Is he the painter? Or has he a profile? In any case, I must thank him. But there are different modes of showing gratitude. Frank Harris was most hospitable and nice to me here. I dined with him every night, except one night when I dined with Maeterlinck and Georgette Leblanc, the prima donna of the Opera Comique, a woman very like Sarah Bernhardt. They have a lovely little house near the Bois de Boulogne, all white walls and green furniture, and Burne-Jones photographs, heaps of books, and Dutch brass candlesticks, and copper things. He is bon garçon. Of course he has quite given up art. He only thinks of making life sane and healthy, and freeing the soul from the trammels of culture. Art seems to him now a malady, and the Princess Maleine an absurdity of his youth. He rests his hope of humanity in the bicycle. I dined with him the night before he left for London. You have never told me anything about Pelléas et Mélisande. Was it absurd? One night I made Frank Harris invite blank to dinner. We dined at Mare's. The bill was terrific. Blank was childlike and sweet. Runciman and Mrs. Harris, number 2, were of course present. Frank was wonderful on the subject of the Greek passions of Christ and Shakespeare, especially Christ. He insisted that the betrayal by Judas was the revenge of a great lover discarded for that sentimental beast John. Rostand and one of his mistresses was dining at another table. He listened so attentively that I feel sure he does not understand a word of English. Maurice is looking very ill. Blank insists that he is consumptive, but I don't believe it. He works, or rather overworks, with Strong from 9 a.m. till 9:45 p.m. in a stuffy room. This letter is too tedious and too long. The fault is yours. You think it good for me that you should never be on my side. The Goliaths who threaten me are always assisted by my David. Ever yours, Oscar. Lot 78. Here published for the first time. No considerable omissions. £3, 3s. Postcard. Paris, July 29th, 1898. My dear Robbie, you are quite right. The Duchess is unfit for publication, the only one of my works that comes under that category. But there are some good lines in it. Could you let me have my £10 cheque so that I can cash it on Monday, the 1st of August? It would be very good of you. Blank is in Paris till Sunday, Yours, S.M. End of section. To Leonard Smithers, 12th of August 1898. From Oscar Wilde, Fragments and Memories by Martin Birnbaum. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paris, August 12, 1898, Friday. My dear Smithers, thank you very much for the cheque, which was a great boon to the patron of the hotel primarily, and in a secondary degree to myself. I am much obliged to you. I hope to receive my proofs soon. It is so hot in Paris that I simply cannot write a letter. At night it is charming, but by day a tiger's mouth. If I could get away to the sea, all would be well. I saw Carrington the other night. He tells me of a wonderful book of poems you have published, and has promised to let me see it. Carrington looked triste and hysterical. What a curious type he is! The English are very unpopular in Paris now, as all those who are over here under Cook's direction are thoroughly respectable. There is much indignation on the boulevards. I try to convince them that they are our worst specimens, but it is a difficult task. Yours, O.W. End of section. To Leonard Smithers, from the catalogue of the Stetson collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 348. Autograph letter signed, 3 pages, octavo, Paris, Sunday, no date. To Leonard Smithers. As regards the complete suit, I could wish you would send them on to me here. The manuscripts I have returned to Bourgon, who will review. I have not as yet contemplated the Venice arrangements, but I will send you further particulars shortly. My affairs move me to despair, etc. End of section. To Frank Harris, 13th of October 1898. From Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions by Frank Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I transcribe here another letter of Oscar to me from the 2nd year after his release, to show his interest in all intellectual things, and for a flash of characteristic humour at the expense of the Paris police. The envelope is dated October 13th, 1898. From Monsieur Sebastian Melmoth, Hôtel d'Alsace, Rue des Beaux-Arts, Paris. My dear Frank, how are you? I read your appreciation of Rodin's Balzac with intensest pleasure, and I am looking forward to more Shakespeare. You will, of course, put all your Shakespearean essays into a book, and, equally of course, I must have a copy. It is a great era in Shakespearean criticism, the first time that one has looked in the plays not for philosophy, for there is none, but for the wonder of a great personality. Something far better, and far more mysterious than any philosophy. It is a great thing that you have done. I remember writing once in Intentions that the more objective a work of art is in form, the more subjective it really is in matter, and that it is only when you give the poet a mask that he can tell you the truth. But you have shown it fully in the case of the one artist whose personality was supposed to be a mystery of deep seas, a secret as impenetrable as the secret of the moon. Paris is terrible in its heat. I walk in streets of brass, and there is no one here. Even the criminal classes have gone to the seaside, and the gendarmes yawn and regret their enforced idleness. Giving wrong directions to the English tourists is the only thing that consoles them. You were most kind and generous last month in letting me have a cheque. It gives me just the margin to live on and to live by. May I have it again this month, or has gold flown away from you? Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, 16th of August, 1898. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 79. Here published for the first time. 4 pages, 8vo. About 1 manuscript page of the letter is omitted here. £20. Paris. Tuesday, August 16th, 1898. My dear Robbie, I have been suffering from a complete paralysis of epistolary power. I simply have not been able to write to anyone. Paris is a fiery furnace. I walk in streets of brass. I dined last night with Strong to meet Esterhazy and La Fille Pais, who is a most charming woman, very clever and handsome. I am to dine with her at the Commandant on Thursday. Maurice never comes to see me. I asked him to breakfast last Sunday week, and he never even answered my letter. I am sorry, for I used to like him very much. Blank is at Trouville still. But as the doctor won't let him bathe, and his mother won't let him baccarat, he is dreadfully bored. He goes to Aix next month. Thanks very much for your suggestion to let me have my income weekly. It is the only thing to do. I must, however, leave my hotel, and really live as a very poor man. My hotel bill for rooms and café au lait is 100 francs a month. I must try to get rooms for 40 francs instead of 70. I don't think I shall ever really write again. Something is killed in me. I feel no desire to write. I am unconscious of power. Of course, my first year in prison destroyed me body and soul. It could not have been otherwise. Give my love to dear Reggie. That harvest moon, blank, loomed on me on the boulevard the other day. He looked like a prize melon. Do write and tell me news when you can. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, 1898. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 81. Here published for the first time. 4 pages, 8vo. We print the letter in full. £10, 10s. Hôtel d'Alsace, Rue des Beaux-Arts, 1898. Dear Robbie, where are you? I received the cheque all right, but there was no pen or ink in the department in which I was. Seine-et-Oise, so could not acknowledge it. I have been with Rothenstein and Conder. They have both been very nice to me. The Seine is lovely, and there are wonderful backwaters with willows and poplars, with water lilies and turquoise kingfishers. I bathed twice a day, and spent most of my time in rowing about. Nicol, the son of the Glasgow professor, was there also. A nice fellow, but insane. He cannot think or talk. So he quotes Swinburne's poems and ballads always, instead of conversation. A capital idea, after all. Will you let me dedicate The Importance of Being Earnest to you? I would so much like to write your name on the dedication page. Or at any rate, your initials. The evening papers might disclose your identity if properly approached. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, August 1898. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 80. Here published for the first time. 2 1/4 pages, 8vo. We print the letter in full. £7, 10s. Hôtel de l'Écu, Charmerières-sur-Marne, Seine-et-Oise, August 1898. Dear Robbie, of course I have not cashed your cheque, but I want to. I must have £10 at once, as my hotel patron comes down here and bores me with horrible cries. Do let me. in advance of September. It really would be good of you. I am worried to extinction. Please wire me yes, and I will get the money. I will write my life more fully tomorrow. Yours, Oscar. Please write to me under my real name. End of section. To Robert Ross, 3rd of October to December 1898. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 82, here published for the first time. 4 pages, 8vo. A little more than 2 lines of manuscript are admitted. £12, 10 shillings. Paris, October 3rd, 98. My dear Robbie, thanks so much for the £17 10, duly received. I wish you and Reggie could have stopped in Paris a night, but I hope you will pass some days here on your return. It is ages since I saw Reggie. Blank is back from Aix. His mother, on leaving him, gave him £30 to go to Venice with. He, of course, lost it all at once at the casino, and arrived in Paris on the proceeds of his sleeve links. For the moment he is penniless. Frank Harris is at St. Cloud. I have breakfasted and dined with him, of course, many times. Frank has bought a hotel at Monaco, and hopes to make lots of money. He wants me to go to a place called Napoule, near Cannes, where he is going to winter. In Paris I certainly do nothing. Charlie Owen is here, and we all dined one night together. He is really very amusing. He thinks of going to Japan, and then to winter in India. Great rows here over strong-selling Esterhazy's confession. He is violently attacked by his old confrère, and, blank, writes terrific diatribes. Do write, and give my love to dear Reg. Ever yours, Oscar. Lot 83, here published for the first time. 2 pages, 4to. About 1/4 of a page of manuscript is omitted. £10. Grand Café, 14 Boulevard des Capucines, Paris. November 1898. My dear Robbie, the clothes are quite charming, suitable to my advanced age. The trousers are too tight round the waist. That is the result of my rarely having good dinners. Nothing fattens so much as a dinner at 1 franc 50. But the blue waistcoat is a dream. Smithers I received in the same parcel. He was quite wonderful and depraved. Went with monsters to the sound of music. But we had a good time, and he was very nice. Would it bother you if I asked you to let me have my allowance for December now? A wretched innkeeper at Nogent, to whom I owe 100 francs, out of a bill of 300, threatens to sell Reggie's dressing-case, my overcoat, and 2 suits, if I don't pay him by Saturday. He has been detaining the things, and now threatens a sale. It is less than a week, so perhaps you might manage it without too much worry to yourself. To undress is romance. To dress, philanthropy. You are quite philanthropic to me, but you are also romantic, the sole instance of the lack of philosophy in clothes. Do let me have a cheque, if you can, by return. Ever yours, Oscar. Lot 84, here published for the first time. 4 pages, 8vo. There are no considerable omissions in this printed version. £12, 12 shillings. Paris, Friday, November 1898. My dear Robbie, I'm so sorry about my excuse. I had forgotten I had used Nogent before. It shows the utter collapse of my imagination, and rather distresses me. Do let me know about blank. I suppose that London takes no notice at all. That is the supreme punishment. I have corrected 2/3 of my proofs, and await the last act. I don't want to make threats, but remember that the dedication is not yet written, and I may write to R.B. Ross in recognition of his good advice. That would be terrible, so do not lecture till after December 7th. I see a great deal of La Jeunesse, who is more intolerable than ever, and I dined with Strong, who has reduced Maurice to a state of silent and frightened idiocy. Dogma without literature is bad for people. Ever yours, Oscar. Lot 85. Here published for the first time. 3½ pages, 8vo. 1 page of manuscript is omitted here. £15. Taverne F. Pousset, 14 Boulevard des Italiens, December 2nd, 1898. My dear Robbie, you are usually so kind in sending me my allowance on the 30th of the month, so that I can touch it by the 1st, that I write to say that nothing has yet arrived. The post often goes wrong, so I write merely to tell you. I have corrected all the proofs of my play, but I feel sure my woulds and shoulds, my wills and shalls are all wrong. Perhaps you might look at them. Shannon will do the cover. Love to Reggie, ever yours, Oscar. Lot 86. Here published for the first time. 8 pages, 8vo. 1 page of manuscript omitted here. £30. Paris, Saturday, December 3rd, 1898. My dear Robbie, many thanks. The cheque, delayed I suppose on the Goodwin Sands by stress of storm, arrived today by the second post. I am delighted to hear of my photograph being sold again. It shows revival of strange sympathies. What can you want to lecture me about except my past and my present, which you expressly exclude? I have no future, my dear Robbie. I don't think I'm equal to intellectual architecture of thought. I have moods and moments, and love or passion with the mask of love is my only consolation. I hope to see Frank Harris here, but as yet have heard nothing. Sir John has not yet arrived. La Jeunesse is publishing a new review. I am going to make an effort and try to write a poem in prose for the first number. It is quite true that when you talk morals to me, which you do quite beautifully, I always pipe on a reed and a fawn comes running out of the thicket. You at once say, "What a lovely fawn!" The rest is silence. That is all I said to Smithers. In the dedication would you like your full name, Robert Baldwin Ross, or merely Robert B. Ross? I propose to insert the splendid Irish Norman of Baldwin, which, as you know, is Baudwin, a most noble name. I have reread Watts Dunton's book. Of course it is old-fashioned in style, but the tone is nice, and the plot romantic. On the whole, a capital book to give to one's parents at Christmas time. Paris is quite cold and wet, so like London that it was unnecessary for to return to England. I wrote a fortnight ago to who had told me that was returning with £30,000, to ask him if could now carry out his promise and let me have the balance of the £500. Since then, has not written, an ominous silence. I fear he won't do anything, after all his fine phrases. I read a notice of his rhymes in the Daily News. Rather silly. Ordinary critics always think that children are sentimental about literature. They are not. They have humour instead. Later on in life, humour goes, but laughter is the primeval attitude towards life, a mode of approach that survives only in artists and criminals. Ever yours, Oscar. Lot 87, here published for the first time. 4 pages, 8vo. Printed in full here. £20. Taverne F. Pousset, 14 Boulevard des Italiens, Wednesday, December 1898. My dear Robbie, Just a line to say that I leave with Frank Harris for Napool, near Cannes, tomorrow night. Frank has been most kind and nice, and, of course, we have dined and lunched together every day at Durand's. At least, I lunch at 1 o'clock, and dine at 8 o'clock. Frank arrives at 2:30 and 9:15. It is rather a bore, and no one should make unpunctuality a formal rule, and degrade it to a virtue. But I have admirable, though lonely, meals. Frank insists on my being always at high intellectual pressure. It is most exhausting. But when we arrive at Napool, I am going to break the news to him, now an open secret, that I have softening of the brain, and cannot always be a genius. I shall send you my address tomorrow. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Leonard Smithers, 14th of December 1898. From the Catalogue of the Stetson Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 344. Autograph letter signed. 4 pages, octavo. Wednesday, December 14th, 1898. To Leonard Smithers, with addressed envelope. Signed O.W. Regarding the dedication of The Importance of Being Earnest. The dedication of the play is to Robert Baldwin Ross, in appreciation, in affection. Of course, Shannon's design is to be repeated on the cover as in the other editions. I suppose the book is out in January, etc. End of section. To Robert Ross, 27th and 28th of December, 1898. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 88, here published for the first time. 4 pages, octavo. 4 lines of manuscript are omitted here. £15. Tuesday, December 27th, 1898. Hôtel de Bain, Napoule, Alpes-Maritimes. My dear Robbie, would you kindly send me my January allowance through Cook's agency at Cannes? I can then get it cashed at once, and, if possible, send it soon. Frank Harris has, I hear, gone away. He did not come to Napool after all, nor have I heard from him, though I wrote twice. The weather is charming. Napool is nice and dull. I take walks in the pine woods. Yesterday I was by the sea, and suddenly George Alexander appeared on a bicycle. He gave me a crooked, sickly smile, and hurried on without stopping. How absurd and mean of him! A nice fellow called Harold Meller, who is staying at Cannes, comes over constantly to see me. He is a nephew of Mrs. Jacob Bright's. He stayed last night at Napool, and we had plum pudding, and Meller ordered Pommery Greco. So I kept Christmas pleasantly, and Christmas improves by being kept a day. On the real Christmas, I dined alone. Yours, Oscar. Lot 89, here published for the first time. 4 pages, octavo. Nearly a page of manuscript is omitted here. £20. December 28th, 1898. Hôtel de Bain, Napool. Dear Robbie, I never got the Henry James book, nor the Volpone. I did not like to write to you for either, as you had just given me a blue waistcoat with onyx buttons. To have asked for more would have been greedy. But I do think Smithers should have sent me the Volpone. I read a charming little notice of your eulogy in the Daily Telegraph, I think, and I want very much to see it, as you will, of course, be doing mine some day. If you happen to have the Henry James, and can afford stamps, it would be sweet of you to send it. I went to Nice the other day, for the afternoon. It was most pretty and gay. I hope you have had a nice Christmas, and that all is well with your people. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Mrs Leonard Smithers, 28th of December, 1898. From the Catalogue of the Glinzer Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A wonderful bit of irony. Lot 171. Wilde, Oscar. Autograph letter signed to Mrs Leonard Smithers, the wife of his publisher. 4 pages, quarto, on heavy notepaper, with postmarked envelope. Signed in full. Hôtel de Bas, Naples, Alpes-Maritimes, December 28th, 1898. Thank you very much for your charming card. I wish I could come to your party, but I'm a wretched walker, and would probably not arrive till midsummer. I wish there was some chance of you coming out here. The weather is lovely, blue and gold weather, and the warm sun broods on the sea. Leonard must be quite exhausted neglecting his business, and the rest would do him good. If you will only come to luncheon at Naples, I promise you acrobats and good cooking. The chef here is a much purer cook than John Davidson is. I see I have made a dreadful blot on this page. It looks like a Conda fan in its early stages. So pray excuse it, and believe me, with many thanks, sincerely yours. Very charming letter, written with great care. The blot at the end does indeed suggest the art of Conda. Naples is near Cannes, while Mrs Smithers was in London. The twofold irony of the situation was not lost on the writer. He met it with his usual skill, turning the rebuff into a poetic epigram. Letters dated and signed in full are very rare at this period. End of section. To Robert Ross, 2nd of January, 1898. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 90. Here published for the first time. 4 pages, octavo. About 2 1/4 pages of the manuscript are omitted here. £25. Naples, January 2nd, 98. My dear Robbie, the cheque on cook arrived this morning. Many thanks. The proprietor was looking a little anxious, rather yellow in fact, but has now quite regained his spirits. As I have told him, I shall pay this afternoon. No sign yet of Frank Harris. It is a great bore. Blank took me to Nice on Friday, and we saw Sarah in La Tosca. I went round to see Sarah, and she embraced me and wept, and I wept, and the whole evening was wonderful. I wish to goodness you would come here. I need you immensely. As regards my marrying again, I am quite sure that you will want me to marry this time some sensible, practical, plain, middle-aged person, and I don't like the idea at all. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Leonard Smithers, from The Soil. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hôtel de Bas, Naples, près Cannes. My dear Smithers, do give me some news about my book. When is it to appear, etc. I wish you would send me a Volpone, if you can spare one. I am astounded not to have received a copy, and so is Robbie Ross. I want to see how he writes eulogies. If they are as good as his lectures, they should be admirable. But indeed, everything Robbie writes is admirable. I am always rebuking him for his idleness, which I attribute entirely to his early hours. Chronicles arrive fitfully, usually in packets of 2. Last week, Mondays and Tuesdays were, I suppose, lost in the Channel storm. They have not appeared yet. And as the Chronicle has the absurd habit of not inventing its news, I suppose I have practically read them. You will send me some ordinary title pages for presentation copies. Also, pray tell me how many I am to have of each edition. I am leading a very good life, and it does not agree with me. There is a sad lack of fawns in the pine woods at Naples, and if the sea has its protons, he is always disguised as an elderly member of Parliament. How is Pollet? He has sent me 2 photographs of himself. In one he is fair, in the other dark, and neither resemble the other. What is he like? Ever, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, January to the 2nd of February, 1899. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 91, here published for the first time, 4 pages, 8vo. We omit about 1 page of the manuscript here. £20. Hôtel des Bains, Naples, Thursday, January 1899. My dear Robbie, thanks so much for the Henry James. I think it is a most wonderful, lurid, poisonous little tale, like an Elizabethan tragedy. I am greatly impressed by it. James is developing, but he will never arrive at passion, I fear. I have been over again to Nice with Harold Meller for 3 days. It was most pretty and gay, and music everywhere. Poor Sir John! However, I think he may do well in the States. He was capital company, and a very astounding person in his capacity for pleasure, grand in his cups, and with a heart of gold. I have received Volpone, and read your eulogy with great pleasure. It is admirably written. I think you have attacked the public a little too often. Aubrey produced this effect on them, and the effect that pleases an artist. Also, would you really say that Byzantine art is our link with the art of the East? Surely it was Greek. But it is a delightfully written eulogy, and most admirable in style, full of many very perfect phrases. Ever yours, Oscar. Lot 92, here published for the first time, 4 pages, 8vo. Nothing of consequence is omitted. £20. Naples, February 2nd, 99. My dear Robbie, thank you for the cheque, duly received. Your account of Henry James has much amused Frank Harris. It is a delightful story for your memorabilia. Today, for the first time, rain. Quite an Irish day. Yesterday was lovely. I went to Cannes to see the Bataille des Fleurs. The loveliest carriage, all yellow roses, the horses with traces and harness of violets, was occupied by an evil-looking old man, English. On the box, beside the coachman, sat his valet, a very handsome boy, all wreathed with flowers. I murmured, "Imperial Neronian Rome." I have signed the copies of the play for Smithers, a Japanese for you. Smithers will show you my list. If I have forgotten anyone, let me know. Of course, dear Moore Adie has a large paper, and also Reggie. Harold Meller will be in London at the end of the month. He is going there to get me some neckties. I have asked him to write and let you know. He is a charming fellow, very cultivated, though he finds that literature is an inadequate expression of life. That is quite true, but a work of art is an adequate expression of art. That is its aim. Only that. Life is merely the motif of a pattern. I hope all things are well with you. Frank Harris is upstairs, thinking about Shakespeare at the top of his voice. I am earnestly idling. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Leonard Smithers, from The Soil. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Saturday. My dear Smithers, why no answer to my telegram? It was sent last Wednesday. You are quite under a mistake in imagining that Frank Harris pays for me here. I wish he did. He has given me a little money on 2 occasions, but he does not pay for me, and now he says he is very hard up. He is the only epicure who thoroughly appreciates his hotel, so I fear he is losing money. Do send me at once £15, or £10 at any rate, by wire, through Cook's here, as I am stuck at my hotel and do not go to Switzerland till the 1st of March. I must live till then. After March 1st I am all right for 3 months. Pray do this for me. Also let me have a copy of the book. Send one to George Alexander with the compliments of the author and the publisher. And I forgot Arthur Clifton. Will you send him a copy from me? Robbie will give you his address, with enclosed slip. Yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, 25th of February to the 15th of March, 1899. From The Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 93, here published for the first time. 2 pages, quarto. Nothing omitted. £20. Nice, Saturday, February 25th, 1899. My dear Robbie, just a line to thank you for your kindness in wiring to me and letting me have my March allowance now. I am afraid I am a great worry to you. I leave today Switzerland, via Genoa, where I wish to stay a day. My address will be care of Monsieur Harold Meller, Gland, Canton Vaud, La Suisse. I hope to be happy there. At any rate, there will be free meals, and champagne has been ordered, though the Nice doctor now absolutely forbids me to take any, on account of gout. I am sorry my play is boycotted by the press, particularly for Smithers' sake. He has shown great pluck in bringing it out at all. However, I hope some of the faithful, and all the elect, will buy copies. If you hear anything nice said about the play, write it to me. If not, invent it. I hear with much regret that the large paper copies have not been bound yet. I don't know if any of my friends have received copies at all. At any rate, none have written in acknowledgment. If you are down at Oxford, do go and see blank. He is most cultivated. Knew Fitzgerald, and was at the first night of Lady Windermere's fan. I suppose in a perambulator. Ever yours, Oscar. Lot 94, here published for the first time. 6 pages, octavo. Printed in full here. £28. Gland, Canton Vaud, La Suisse, February 1899. My dear Robbie, thanks for your charming letter, which I found waiting for me here on my arrival from Genoa yesterday. It was a great pleasure writing your name on the page of dedication. I only wish it was a more wonderful work of art, of higher seriousness of import, but it has some amusing things in it, and I think the tone and temper of the whole thing bright and happy. I went to Genoa to see Constance's grave. It is very pretty. A marble cross with dark ivy leaves inlaid in a good pattern. The cemetery is a garden at the foot of the lovely hills that climb into the mountains that girdle Genoa. It was very tragic seeing her name carved on a tomb, her surname, my name not mentioned, of course, just Constance Mary, daughter of Horace Lloyd, Q.C., and a verse from Revelations. I brought some flowers. I was deeply affected, with a sense also of the uselessness of all regrets. Nothing could have been otherwise, and life is a very terrible thing. This is a pretty house on the lake. We look over to the snows and hills of Savoy. Geneva is half an hour by rail. You are to come whenever you like. April is lovely here, I believe, and plants in flower. There is an Italian cook, Also the lad Iolo, who waits at table. His father told Mella at Spezia that he was christened Iolo because he was born on a night on which there was a dreadful wind. I think it is rather nice to have thought of such a name. An English peasant would probably have said, "We called him John, sir, because we were getting in the hay at the time." There is no truth at all in Sedge's advertisement, and I am very angry about it. It is quite monstrous. My only chance is a play produced anonymously. Otherwise the first night would be a horror, and people would find meanings in every phrase. I am going to try a bicycle. I have never forgotten the lesson you so kindly gave me. Even my leg remembers it. Do write again soon. Have I forgotten anyone to whom I should send a copy? Ever yours, Oscar. Lot 95, here published for the first time. 4 pages, octavo. Printed in full here. £20. Gland, Wednesday, March 15th, 1899. My dear Robbie, thank you very much for your thoughtfulness in wiring to me about my brother's death. I suppose it had been expected for some time. I am very sorry for his wife, who, I suppose, has little left to live on. Between him and me there had been, as you know, wide chasms for many years. Requiescat in pace. I don't know what position I hold about this absurd Irish property. It comes to me by entail, but I suppose my creditors will claim it. I wish I had asked for my discharge. It was most foolish of me not to. Could you ask some solicitor what is likely to be done? If I could sell it for a fair sum and have the money, I would give my sister-in-law something, of course. But I don't know if I can sell. I hope to write more tomorrow. I don't like very much, and would like to get away, but at present it is impossible. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Frank Harris, early 1899. From Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions, by Frank Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I received the following letter from Oscar early in 1899, I imagine. It was written in the spring, after the winter we spent in La Napoule. From Monsieur Sebastian Melmoth, Gland, Canton Vaud, Switzerland. My dear Frank, I am, as you can see from above, in Switzerland with M. A rather dreadful combination. The villa is pretty, and on the borders of the lake with pretty pines about. On the other side are the mountains of Savoy and Mont Blanc. We are an hour by a slow train from Geneva. But M. is tedious, and lacks conversation. Also he gives me Swiss wine to drink. It is horrible. He occupies himself with small economies and mean domestic interests, so I suffer very much. Ennui is the enemy. I want to know if you will allow me to dedicate to you my next play, The Ideal Husband, which Smithers is bringing out for me in the same form as the others, of which I hope you received your copy. I should so much like to write your name and a few words on the dedicatory page. I look back with joy and regret to the lovely sunlight of the Riviera, and the charming winter you so generously and kindly gave me. It was most good of you. How can it ever be forgotten by me? Next week a petroleum launch is to arrive here, so that will console me a little, as I love to be on the water, and the Savoy side is starred with pretty villages and green valleys. Of course, we won our bet. The phrase on Shelley is in Arnold's preface to Byron. But M. won't pay me. He suffers agony over a franc. It is very annoying, as I have had no money since my arrival here. However, I regard the place as a Swiss pension, where there is no weekly bill. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Louis Wilkinson, from The Shields Daily News, South Shields, UK, 1st of August 1923. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Oscar Wilde's proud family claim. A letter written by Oscar Wilde to a friend was sold at Sotheby's yesterday for £12 10 the interest consisting in the fact that it contains the author's earliest reference to a dramatized version of the picture of Dorian Gray. 18 other Wilde letters and a postcard fetched prices varying between £18 10 and £1. "I don't like Switzerland," the writer said in one. "It has produced nothing but theologians and writers." In another Wilde wrote, "I am proud that a kinsman of mine brought the first manuscript of Omar Khayyam to England, to Europe, perhaps." End of section. To Robert Ross, 21st of March, 1899. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 96, here published for the first time. 8 pages, octavo. Printed in full here. £40. Tuesday, March 21st, 1899. Gland, Kent-on-Vode. My dear Robbie, thank you so much for your long letter. For the first time in my life I was glad that your handwriting was illegible. So I was able to miss a lot, or rather forced to. The position is this. Moitura is entailed on me, but not beyond me. One can only entail, I believe, for 2 lives, in this case my brother's and mine. So the place is mine to sell, and should fetch £3,000 or a little more. It is beautifully situated, and there are lovely trees, etc. As regards my bankruptcy, if my trustees heard of it, they would no doubt try to seize it. I fancy I had best remain passive and receive the rents, such as they are. My brother was bankrupt and received the rents. Why should not I? The only thing is to ascertain how the rents were paid, whether through an agent or not. This my sister-in-law would be able to tell you. I would be ready to give her £40 a year if I received £140, gross, as she has a child. The whole affair is a great bore. I wonder whether a private sale would be illegal. Of course, what one wants is a solicitor who will be able to show how one can escape the law. In gaining legal possession of an entailed estate, I wonder has one to go to a court of probate? I wonder does the court of bankruptcy take cognizance of anything without a creditor applying? But I have not much hope of anything good. However, we can try. I dislike blank, because he is unsocial, taciturn, wretched company, and takes no pains to please or gratify his guest. He is very well off, but absurdly mean in everything. He gives me at dinner the most horrid Swiss vin ordinaire, though he has a capital cellar, and is quite amused by the fact that I don't like it. There is insanity in his family. His mother is under restraint, and his brother went mad and killed himself. His own insanity is misanthropy and meanness. I am philosophic about it now. Indeed, we only meet at meals. In the evening he reads the Times or sleeps, both audibly. But I should love to get away. I never dreamed of having Smithers to bring alcoholic experience to bear on my affairs. It was a joke. I shall write to Arthur, and also to my sister-in-law. If you see her, you need not say anything about my proposal to give her £40 a year, if I get £140. there is no necessity to worry you too much. The weather here is bright and sunny, but cold. Snow has fallen on the mountains. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Leonard Smithers, from The Soil. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Claude, Canton Vaud, Saturday. My dear Smithers, thanks very much for the £5. Duly received. Of course, the stage directions are to be in italics. As regards the other, the words in the spoken text, I am not very fond of spacing, but I am not at all fond of italics for single words. Let us try spacing for a beginning. Indeed, I am ready to leave the thing in your hands. Acts 3 and 4 have arrived, beautifully typewritten. I will send them on Tuesday. I really think it reads the best of my plays. Were all my presentation copies sent off? Most of them have been treated with silent horror or indifference. I must advertise for some new friends. I don't want any certificates of good character. I should in fact object to them. Perhaps you could help me in the matter. Mellor is still tedious and unbearable. I simply cannot stand him. I wish I could get away. Have you got the playbill with date? Have you settled with Shannon? There are no coquettes at Gaunt for you. There is one, I hear, at Geneva, but one has to send in applications for shares at least 6 weeks in advance. I hope Dowson got his copy. Robbie seems very depressed, and rather Canadian. Have you been giving him manuscripts to read? How is Strangman? Did he get his copy? His silence on the subject is deafening. Yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, 26th of March to the 1st of April, 1899. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 97, here published for the first time. 4 pages, 8vo. Printed in full here. £20. Sunday, March 26th, 1899. Gland. My dear Robbie, I am sending 2 acts of the new play, Ideal Husband, to Smithers, after corrections. When they are set up, would you look over them and see that the wills and shalls are not too Hibernian? Also, I have put in descriptions of the dramatis personae, and I don't much like giving physical details about the bodies, whose souls, or minds, or passions I deal with. I build up so much out of words that the colour of people's hair seems unimportant. So when it is in proof, will you look over it and tell me your views? I enclose dedications for the friends you asked me for. The only people who have thanked me for the books I sent are you, Moore, Reggie, and York Powell. I am rather hurt. I will send you a Japanese paper for Miss Schuster. I would like to give her my copy. I still dislike blank. By the way, could you come here for a fortnight? There is a petroleum launch on the lake, and bicycles, and the country is pretty. Yours, Oscar. Lot 98, here published for the first time. 4 pages, 8vo. Printed in full here. £20. Gland. Monday, March 27th, 1899. My dear Robbie, I am dedicating the next play to Frank Harris. I have sent 2 dedications to Smithers. I like the second best. Will you tell me your opinion? I have heard from Arthur, but nothing definite. The great thing is not to give information to Hargroves, essieurs. They are the only enemies. I hope the thing will go over quietly. I don't think I can come to Paris after all. Paris is so expensive. I think as soon as I can get away from this loathsome place that I shall go back to Genoa. It is better than the boulevards. When you let me have my allowance, will you send it through Cook at Genoa, please? Of course, the sooner I get it, the sooner I can leave Gland, which has become intolerable. There are pretty places near Genoa where I might live for a time. Yours, Oscar. Lot 99, here published for the first time. 4 pages, octavo. Printed in full here. £20. March 18th or 29th, 1899. Gland, Canton Vaud. My dear Robbie, thanks so much for the cheque. I hope to be able to toucher, excellent expression, on Saturday. If so, I shall leave for Genoa on Sunday morning. I could not stay any longer. He really is too insane and impossible. I never disliked anyone so thoroughly. My visit has taught me a curious and bitter lesson. I used to rely on my personality. Now I know that my personality really rested on the fiction of position. Having lost position, I find my personality of no avail. Blank has treated me as I would not have treated the most dull and unimportant of the lower middle classes. I feel very humble, besides feeling very indignant, the former being my intellectual realization of my position, the latter an emotion that is a survival of old conditions. I won't go to Paris, because I should spend all my money in no time. I can't live in Paris under £1 a day. It is impossible. Near Genoa I hope to find some little spot, and sunlight counts as half one's income. Your news about Moitora are crushing. That octopus the law. One cannot escape. I don't know what to do. Do you think that if I applied for my discharge I would get it? It depends on Hargroves. Could he be sounded? Thanks so much for the outlook. It is a good notice, well written. Could you not come to Genoa? Do, for a month. We never see each other now. My address will be Albergo di Firenze, Genoa. Please write, and please come. Ever yours, Oscar. Lot 100, here published for the first time. 2 pages, quarto. 1 paragraph of the manuscript is omitted here. £20. Café du Nord, Genève, Saturday, April 1st, 1899. My dear Robbie, I have left Gland. Blank wept at my departure, apologized, implored me to stay, and put his conduct under the aegis of the hereditary furies of insanity that beset his race. I really was very sorry for him, but I could not stay. However, we parted amicably on my side, and on his with protestations of admiration and remorse. I leave tomorrow morning for Genoa, Albergo di Firenze, a small inn on the quay, rather mal famé, but cheap. Then I think of some little place in the environs. There is no good my going to Paris. I can't afford to live there. The only thing I see to do now is to see what H. will do if I ask for my discharge. Of course, if he insists, I suppose everything will be seized. The weather has become very hot, quite summer. I expect Italy will be delightful. Could you not come for 3 weeks to Genoa? I never see you. You would do me no end of good. And there is Moore, who is apparently sentenced to lifelong imprisonment in Great Britain. Cannot he get away? I should love to have you both near at hand for a little. It would be delightful. Please do this. I believe that at the holy season of Easter one is supposed to forgive all one's friends. After the chill virginity of Swiss Alps and snow, I long for the red flowers of life that stain the feet of summer in Italy. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, 7th of April, 1899. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lots 103 to 106. Here published for the first time. Printed in full. 4 local pictorial postcards, all postmarked Santa Margherita Ligure de Rapallo, and dated April 7th, 1899. 1. Dear R. My new address is Ristorante Cristoforo Colombo, Santa Margherita, Ligure, Italia. I send you specimens of the views to tempt you. S.M. £2. 2. This is just a mile from Santa Margherita along the coast. It is quite delightful. S.M. £1 10s. 3. Have not yet been here, but have decided to enter the Chiostra. Just the place for me. S.M. £1 10s. 4. This is a really lovely place. Portofino. Only reached by mules or boats. S.M. £1 10s. End of section. To Robert Ross, April 1899. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 102. Here published for the first time. 3 pages, octavo. Nothing of consequence omitted. £10 10s. Santa Margherita Ligure, Genoa. April 1899. My dear Robbie, is there any chance of your coming out here? I wish now I had gone to Paris. It is so close to you, and here I am ill and lonely. The only thing to do as regards the Irish affairs is, I think, this. To approach H. to ask him if he will object to my discharge, i.e., if he will withdraw his claim. If he will, there will not be much left to fight against. I don't know about Queensberry's solicitors, whether they will be hostile or not. Could H. be approached? I wish you would write to me, dear boy. I simply loathe my life at present. Yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, March or April 1899. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 101. Here published for the first time. 2 pages, quarto. Printed in full here. £15. Pension, Hôtel Suisse, Rapallo, Santa Margherita, Ligure, Genoa. March, April, 1899. My dear Robbie, I see I cannot fight the receiver, who represents the unintelligent violence of the law. The only thing to do is see what my creditors will take. The place is only worth £120 a year. If H. withdrew his claim, I could manage to pay the others, I suppose, 5 shillings in the pound. If H. won't do so, then the whole thing will have to go. I am, as usual, quite powerless. In any case, for 9 months after my brother's death, nothing can be done, as if he leaves male issue it goes to his son. Of course, he won't have a son, but I suppose the law has to wait and see. I am so sorry you are ill. I am wretched, which makes me sympathetic. Whatever I do is wrong, because my life is not on a right basis. In Paris I am bad. Here I am bored. The last state is the worse. I wish I could see you. A few days with you would be a tonic. Yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, May 1899. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 107, here published for the first time. 2 pages, quarto, about half a page of manuscript omitted. £7, 10 shillings. Grand Café, 14 Boulevard de Capucine, Paris. Printed heading. Hôtel de la Neva, Rue Montigny, Paris, May 1899. My dear Robbie, Smithers' letter arrived this morning. It was, as you know, for me. I hope he will come over. I saw Strong last night at the Horseshoe. He has taken Grandcourt as his secretary. I did not discuss his treatment of Maurice at all. I thought it better not. Maurice, I hope, dines with me tonight. I was so sorry you had to go, but it was charming being with you, and it was really most sweet of you to come to Italy to save me from Santa Margherita. I am quite happy in Paris. Do write soon. Ever with fondest love, Oscar. Lot 108, here published for the first time. 2 pages, quarto. Printed in full here. £6, 6 shillings. Grand Café, 14 Boulevard de Capucine, Paris. Printed heading. Hôtel Marsolier, Rue Marsolier, Paris, May 29th, 1899. Dear Robbie, would you kindly send me the June allowance tomorrow by an order en cook, so that I can toucher on the 1st? I believe you don't like the swifter mode of telegraphing. The unmasking of our poor Smithers has been a blow. I found out by chance that he was employed by Sequa to get my play at 1/4 of the terms Sequa had offered. It is too astonishing for words. Smithers is merely l'homme de paille, paid to get round me. I have wired to him to tell him I have found it all out, and to advise him to come over at once. Yours, Oscar. End of section. To Leonard Smithers, 30th of May, 1899. From the catalogue of the Gleinzer collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. L'homme de paille. Lot 173, Wilde, Oscar. Autograph letter signed to Leonard Smithers. 2 pages. Commercial signed with initials on the stationery of the Grand Café, with postmarked envelope. Hôtel Marsolier, Rue Marsolier. Paris, May 30th, 1899. You will, I trust, be here tomorrow night. I know all about your arrangement with Roberts, done to make me accept a small sum instead of proper terms. You become more interesting hourly, to quote from The Importance of Being Earnest. Of course, a new agreement will have to be made, as you concealed from me the real circumstances. You are merely l'homme de paille. A new role, I hope. It is not a nice one. Interesting, legible letter. End of section. To Robert Ross, 1899. From the catalogue of the Delisle collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 111, here published for the first time. 2 pages, quarto. A small piece is torn from one edge of this letter, hence the small omissions. Otherwise there is no omission of any consequence. £12. Hôtel Marsolier, Rue Marsolier, 1899. My dear Robbie, the £10 arrived safe. Marchand was addressing the mob next door at the military club, so I had to fight my way to Cook's. But by the aid of patriotic cries I succeeded in forcing a passage through the patriots. I did think it curious when Smithers told me that you wanted to be repaid the hotel bill at Genoa, the 50 francs at Santa Margherita, and the railway ticket, but I concluded that there had been an earthquake in Phillimore Gardens, and also thought it odd that you never wrote to tell me that you had received it. When you give, my dear Robbie, you give. There is no one so generous, so good as you are. I have written to Smithers to send it to me at once, as I am going now to Havre. I found Fontainebleau relaxing, but I am fond of the sea. I cannot stay in Paris. It costs too much. Blank has portion missing. Horse. I am very glad. I saw blank last night. He was very insane and sentimental, wept over a friendship of 17 years. Upon the other hand, abused all my friends in the foulest way. I had to stop him in a peremptory manner. 3 times he parted from me, and 3 times I found him following me to other places. He and Strong have each other on the brain. They talk of nothing else. It is a great bore. Robert has almost lost all his good looks. He was dreadful of aspect last night, quite dreadful. I am very glad Will is marrying Miss Kingsley. I think it only right, and I like her immensely. Your proposal to sacrifice your portion missing always seemed to me monstrous. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Leonard Smithers, 6th of June, 1899. Version 1. From the Catalogue of the Glinzer Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Burlesque of the Dreyfus Case. Lot 174. Wilde, Oscar. Autograph letter signed to Leonard Smithers. 2 pages. Commercial, signed with initials, with postmarked envelope. Hôtel Marsolier, Rue Marsolier, Paris. Tuesday, June 6, 1899. I hope to receive the title page, dedication, and playbill of The Ideal Husband. In Act 2, the word décolleté occurs. Please see that the accents are put on all right. As regards that annoying absurdity Roberts, the statements were made quite seriously. He said, for instance, to B, "I suppose that Wilde has no idea at all that I have got his play." What am I to think? I naturally thought that you had written the bordereau and sold it to Schwarzkoppen S. Hence, l'affaire Smithers. Now, of course, you are acquitted, and so it is proved that the real traitor is W. Esterhazy, assisted by Dupety Roberts. I await the cheque for £12. I do not propose to stay at Havre, but somewhere near. Blankenberg is fashionable. I saw Ernest Dowson the other night. He forced me to go to the Pantheon at midnight. It was dreadful, a café pandemonium. The drawing on the cover of H. is like a horrible caricature of Ernest. This was, I suppose, intended. Fine and interesting letter. End of section. To Leonard Smithers, 6th of June, 1899. Version 2. From Bruno's Weekly, Volume 3, Number 25, 16th of December, 1916. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hôtel Marsolier, the Marsolier, Tuesday, June 6th, 1899. My dear Smithers, thank you for your letter. I hope to receive soon the title page dedication and playbill of The Ideal Husband. In Act 2, the word décolleté occurs. Please see that the accents are put in on the right. As regards that annoying absurdity Roberts, the statements he made were made quite seriously, as far as manners goes. He said, for instance, to Boney, the last time he saw him, "I suppose Wilde has no idea at all that I have got his play." Boney said he did not know, and asked me when I saw him. This is only one out of many things he said. What was I to think? I naturally thought that you had written the bordereau, and sold it to Schwarzkoppen. Segua. Hence l'affaire Smithers. Now, of course, you are acquitted, and this proves that the real traitor is Worsley Esterhazy, assisted by Dupety Roberts. This is, I hope, clear to you. I await the cheque for £12. I don't propose to stay at Havre, but somewhere near. Blanberberg is, or used to be, fashionable. If the cheque comes tonight, I hope to get away Thursday. I saw Ernest Dowson the other night. He forced me to go to the Pantheon at midnight. It was dreadful. A café pandemonium. The drawing of the cover of Hull is like a terrible caricature of Ernest. This was, I suppose, intended. Weather here quite terrible. Yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, from the catalogue of the Dallow collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 109, here published for the first time. 2 pages, quarto. No omissions of any consequence. £10. Grand Café, 14 Boulevard des Capucines, Paris. Printed heading. Hôtel Marseille, Paris. Tuesday. My dear Robbie, thanks for your letter. Smithers has not yet sent the cheque. He says in his letter that he will do so when he sees you. Paris is awfully hot, quite dreadful. I long to be away. I saw Ada Rehan and Augustine Daly the other night at the Café de la Paix, where had invited me to dine. They were most charming. Her hair has turned quite white. I accused her at once of dyeing her hair white. She was delighted. They also want me to write something for them. Yours, Oscar. End of section. To an unidentified correspondent regarding sale of Irish property. From the Pall Mall Gazette, 6th of July, 1911. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Somewhat reminiscent of Byron's mood while Newstead Abbey was being disposed of is a letter of Oscar Wilde, written from Paris after his imprisonment, concluding, "Will you try and find Arthur Clifton for me, and get some information concerning my Irish property there? Should be close on £300. I am face to face with death and starvation." End of section. To Robert Ross, from the catalogue of the Dallow collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 125, here first published. 2 pages, octavo. Printed in full. £5, 5 shillings. My dear Robbie, my allowance comes due tomorrow. Would you send me an order on Cook's for £7.10? The other 10 you can give to Smithers. I never hear from you now. Do let me have some news. If Cook's is a bore, would you ask Smithers to give you a cheque for £7.10, which I can cash at Betts? Yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, June 1899, from the catalogue of the Dallow collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 110, here published for the first time. 2 pages, quarto. We omit about half a page of manuscript. 10 pages. Hôtel Marseille, Rue Marseille, Paris. June 1899. My dearest Robbie, thanks so much. The £7.10 arrived safe at 3:45. I am delighted to hear of Blank's great success. He sent me a copy, apparently. In fact, I know he did, but it has never arrived. Some lyrical postman stole it, I suppose. I dined with Stuart Merrill the other day. Ferdinand Herold was there, and sent me subsequently a lovely edition of La Vie et la Mort de la Sainte Vierge, a book he compiled from apocryphal Gospels and elsewhere. It is very charming, and written in verses. I see a good deal of a young poet called Michael Robes. We went to the Montmartre the other day, to the café where Johann Richtus, the poet, recites. I was received with great honour, and everyone was presented to me. I was not allowed to pay for my box, and the chasseur begged for my autograph in his album, which contained, he told me, the autographs of 53 poètes et 2 meurtriers. I graciously acceded. Yours, Oscar. End of section. To Frank Harris, from the catalogue of the Stetson collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 310. Autograph letter signed, 4 pages, octavo, Paris, no date. To Frank Harris. Signed, Oscar. Your secretary has sent me the £20 in a banknote of extraordinary beauty. 1,000 thanks, my dear Frank, for all your kindness and thoughtfulness. I am getting my clothes today from the hotel whose evil proprietor detained them. Up to the present time I have been at any rate dreadfully shabby, and am more than ever in disaccord with Carlyle on the question of the relation of clothes and soul, etc. End of section. To Leonard Smithers, 3rd of October 1899. From The Autograph, May-June 1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wilde, Oscar. Irish author and dramatist. Autograph letter signed, Oscar, with addressed envelope. 3 pages, octavo. Paris, no date, October 3rd, 1899. To Leonard Smithers, $35. Written from the Hôtel d'Alsace in the Rue des Beaux-Arts, Paris, during Wilde's last days. This interesting letter is addressed to Leonard Smithers, the publisher, whom he urges to delay no longer in forwarding his allowance. "Is this quite nice of you?" he writes. "Can you sleep at night? Does not your conscience draw back the curtains of your bed?" etc. As regards the £20 for the 2 plays, I wish you would send it. My garments are at the Hôtel Marseille in pawn for £10, and I have really no clothes but an old flannel suit, etc. End of section. To Robert Ross, 1900. From the catalogue of the Dallow collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 126. Here first published. 1 page, octavo. Printed in full. £2, 10 shillings. Hôtel d'Alsace, Paris, 1900. My dear Robbie, thank you very much. I will take care not to die on the wrong date. Could you wire me £5 on account tomorrow? I don't know when my allowance is really due, whether this week or the next. Of course you will deduct your £5 from your cheque, but I'm in great want of it. Yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, October 1899. From the catalogue of the Dallow collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 113. Here published for the first time. 3 pages, octavo. Printed in full. £5, 5 shillings. Hôtel d'Alsace, Rue des Beaux-Arts, October 1899. Dear Robbie, thanks for the cheque. Do let me see you on your way through Paris. Are you serious about a postcard dated October 7th? Would not the postmark be noticed? I, of course, will do as you like. Blank was wonderful here, purple and perfect. The boulevard, I regret to say, still talks of him. I hope to write soon to you an interesting letter. This is a scrawl. Yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, August 1897, from After Reading. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. August 1897. Dear Robbie, when do you arrive? Do spend a couple of days, at any rate, here. I enclose a cutting from the Cri de Paris. On the 7th I will send you a certificate of existence and vaccination. O.W. End of section. To Robert Ross, 9th of October, 1899. From the catalogue of the Delau collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 112. Here published for the first time. 3 pages, 8vo. Printed in full. £5, 5s. Hôtel d'Alsace, Rue de Beaux-Arts, Paris, October 9th, 99. My dear Robbie, I have to thank you for your kindness in sending me my allowance now due. I hope to thank you in person before long. Will Rothenstein and his wife have been here, and we dined many times together. He has secured some wonderful drawings and casts from Rodin, and was in excellent spirits. Believe me, dear Robbie, your sincere friend, Oscar Wilde. End of section. To Robert Ross, 2nd of January, 1900. From the catalogue of the Delau collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 114, here published for the first time. 3 pages, 8vo, printed in full. £4. Hôtel d'Alsace, Rue de Beaux-Arts, Paris, January 2nd, 1900. Dear Robbie, I have to acknowledge with thanks the 2 cheques you have sent me for my income for December and January, £27.10 in all. Paris has been cold and wet, but I had a very pleasant Christmas. Pray remember me to your mother. I was delighted to see her looking so well when she was in Paris. Ever yours, Oscar Wilde. End of section. To Robert Ross, November 1900. From the catalogue of the Delau collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 130. Here first published. The last letter Wilde sent before his death. It was actually written on his deathbed when he was too ill to write himself, and is dictated to and written down by his friend Maurice. The last few words and the signature are in Wilde's hand. 4 pages, 8vo, printed in full. £50. Hôtel d'Alsace, Rue de Beaux-Arts, Paris, Wednesday, November 1900. My dear Robbie, how could I have written to you during the last 3 months, considering that I have been in bed since last Monday? I am very ill, and the doctor is making all kinds of experiments. My throat is a lime kiln, my brain a furnace, and my nerves a coil of angry adders. I am apparently in much the same state as yourself. Maurice, you remember Maurice, has kindly come to see me, and I have shared all my medicines with him, and shown him what little hospitality I can. We are both horrified to hear that blank's suspicions of you are quite justified. That, and your being a Protestant, make you terribly unique. I have told Maurice how to spell the last word, as I was afraid that he might have used a word which often occurs in the Protestant Bible. Alec lunched with and me one day, and I lunched alone with him another. He was most friendly and pleasant, and gave me a depressing account of you. I see that you, like myself, have become a neurasthenic. I have been so for 4 months, quite unable to get out of bed till the afternoon, quite unable to write letters of any kind. My doctor has been trying to cure me with arsenic and strychnine, but without much success, as I became poisoned through eating mussels. So you see what an exacting and tragic life I have been leading. poisoning by mussels is very painful, and when one has one's bath, one looks like a leopard. Pray never eat mussels. As soon as I get well, I'll write you a long letter, though your letter asking me to stay with you in Rome never reached me. Thanks so much for the cheque, but your letter was really too horrid. With love, ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, 1900, from the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 115, here published for the first time, 8 pages, 8vo. 1 phrase omitted. £36. Grand Café, 14 Boulevard de Capucine, 14, Paris. Thursday, 1900. Dear Robbie, I am so annoyed at your not writing to me every day that I must come and talk to you. Blank, with whom I am now friends, below zero, of course, has invited me to go to Italy to the extent of £50. When that gives out, I shall have to walk home, but as I want to see you, I have consented to go, and hope to be in Rome in about 10 days. It will be delightful to be together again, and this time I really must become a Catholic, though I fear that if I went before the Holy Father with a blossoming rod, it would turn at once into an umbrella, or something dreadful of that kind. It is absurd to say that the age of miracles is past. It has not yet begun. Your story of dear Roland is charming. How dangerous it is to be called John is the moral. Anything may happen to a person called John. You have not yet broken to me the impression I produced on Alec. I suppose it was painful. All went well till an unlucky thing occurred. Only an hour after I, with waving hands, like Tennyson's Vivian, had evolved a new evangel of morals, dear Alec passed before the little cafe behind the Madeleine. Alas, the eye he turned on me was not the sightless one. His smile was terrible. It was like one of Besant's novels. I really felt it very much. At luncheon I had been singularly ethical. I am always ethical at the Café de la Paix. Wire or write at once to me. Chez blank, Gland, Vode. And tell me a good hotel. Also, bed out some narcissi. It is their season. With best love, dear, horrid, irritating Robbie, yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, 16th of April, 1900, version 1, from the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 120, here published for the first time, 24 pages, 8vo. About 2 pages of the manuscript are omitted here. This is a very fine letter, one of the best in the series. £125. Care of Cook and Son, Piazza di Spagna, Roma, April 16th, 1900. My dear Robbie, I simply cannot write. It is too horrid, not of me, but to me. It is a mode of paralysis, a cacoethes tacendi, the one form that malady takes in me. Well, all passed over very successfully. Palermo, where we stayed 8 days, was lovely. The most beautifully situated town in the world. It dreams away its life in the Conca d'Oro, the exquisite valley that lies between 2 seas. The lemon groves and the orange gardens were so entirely perfect that I became again a pre-Raphaelite, and loathed the ordinary impressionists, whose muddy souls and blurred intelligences would have rendered but by mud and blur those golden lamps hung in a green night that filled me with such joy. The elaborate and exquisite details of the true pre-Raphaelites is the compensation they offer us for the absence of motion, literature and music being the only arts that are not immobile. Then, nowhere, not even at Ravenna, have I seen such mosaics. In the Capella Palatina, which from pavement to domed ceilings is all gold, one really feels as if one was sitting in the heart of a great honeycomb, looking at angels singing, and looking at angels, or indeed at people, singing, is much nicer than listening to them. For this reason the great artists always give to their angels lutes without strings, pipes without vent-holes, and reeds through which no wind can wander or make whistlings. Montreal you have heard of, with its cloisters and cathedral. We often drove there. The cocchieri most dainty, finely carved boys. In them, not in the Sicilian horses, is race seen. I only remember Manuel. I also made great friends with a young seminarist who lived in the cathedral of Palermo, he and 11 others, in little rooms beneath the roof, like birds. Every day he showed me all over the cathedral, and I really knelt before the huge porphyry sarcophagus in which Frederick II lies. It is a sublime, bare, monstrous thing, blood-coloured, and held up by lions who have caught some of the rage of the great emperor's restless soul. At first, my young friend, Giuseppe Laverde by name, gave me information. But on the 3rd day I gave information to him, and rewrote history as usual, and told him all about the Supreme King and his court of poets, and the terrible book that he never wrote. His reason for entering the church was singularly medieval. I asked him why he thought of becoming a clerico, and how. He answered, "My father is a cook and most poor, and we are many at home, so it seemed to me a good thing that there should be in so small a house as ours one mouth less to feed, for although I am slim, I eat much. Too much, alas, I fear." I told him to be comforted, because God used poverty often as a means of bringing people to him, and used riches never, or but rarely. So Giuseppe was comforted, and I gave him a little book of devotion, very pretty, and with far more pictures than prayers in it, so of great service to Giuseppe. We came to Rome on Holy Thursday. Left on Saturday for Gland, and yesterday, to the terror of and all the papal court, I appeared in the front rank of the pilgrims in the Vatican, and got the blessing of the Holy Father, a blessing they would have denied me. He was wonderful as he was carried past me on his throne, not of flesh and blood, but a white soul robed in white, and an artist as well as a saint, the only instance in history, if the newspapers are to be believed. I have seen nothing like the extraordinary grace of his gesture as he rose from moment to bless, possibly the pilgrims, but certainly me. Tree should see him. It is his only chance. I was deeply impressed, and my walking-stick showed signs of budding. Would have budded indeed, only at the door of the chapel it was taken from me by the knave of spades. This strange prohibition is, of course, in honour of Tannhäuser. How did I get the ticket? By a miracle, of course. I thought it was hopeless, and made no effort of any kind. On Saturday afternoon at 5 o'clock, Harold and I went to have tea at the Hôtel de l'Europe. Suddenly, as I was eating buttered toast, a man, or what seemed to be one, dressed like a hotel porter, entered and asked me would I like to see the Pope on Easter Day. I bowed my head humbly and said, "Non sum dignus," or words to that effect. He at once produced a ticket. See illustration number 7, page 73. When I tell you that his countenance was of supernatural ugliness, and that the price of the ticket was 30 pieces of silver, I need say no more. An equally curious thing is that whenever I pass the hotel, which I do constantly, I see the same man. Scientists call that phenomenon an obsession of the visual nerve. You and I know better. On the afternoon of Easter Day, I heard vespers at the Lateran, music quite lovely. At the close, a bishop in red, and with red gloves, such as Pater talks of in Gaston de la Tour, came out on the balcony and showed us the relics. He was suave, and wore a yellow mitre. A sinister medieval man, but superbly Gothic, just like the bishops carved on stalls or on portals. And when one thinks that once people mocked at stained-glass attitudes, they are the only attitudes for the clothed. The sight of this bishop, whom I watched with fascination, filled me with a sense of the great realism of Gothic art. Neither in Greek nor in Gothic art is there any pose. Posing was invented by bad portrait painters, and the first person who ever posed was a stockbroker, and he has gone on ever since. I send you a photograph I took on Palm Sunday at Palermo. Do send me some of yours, and try to read this letter. It is a labour of a week to read it. Kindest regards to your dear mother. Always, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, 16th of April, 1900. Version 2. From Selected Prose of Oscar Wilde. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Visit to the Pope. Care of Cook & Son, Piazza di Spagna, Rome, April 16th, 1900. My dear Robbie, I simply cannot write. It is too horrid, not of me, but to me. It is a mode of paralysis, a cacoethes tacendi, the one form that malady takes in me. Well, all passed over very successfully. Palermo, where we stayed 8 days, was lovely. The most beautifully situated town in the world. It dreams away its life in the Conca d'Oro, the exquisite valley that lies between two seas. The lemon groves and the orange gardens were so entirely perfect that I became quite a pre-Raphaelite, and loathed the ordinary impressionists, whose muddy souls and blurred intelligences would have rendered, but by mud and blur, those golden lamps hung in a green night, that filled me with such joy. The elaborate and exquisite detail of the true pre-Raphaelite is the compensation they offer us for the absence of motion, literature and motion being the only arts that are not immobile. Then, nowhere, not even at Ravenna, have I seen such mosaics as in the Capella Palatine, which from pavement to domed ceiling is all gold. One really feels as if one was sitting in the heart of a great honeycomb looking at angels singing, and looking at angels, or indeed at people singing, is much nicer than listening to them, for this reason. The great artists always give to their angels lutes without strings, pipes without vent-holes, and reeds through which no wind can wander or make whistlings. Montreal you have heard of, with its cloisters and cathedral. We often drove there. I also made great friends with a young seminarist who lived in the cathedral of Palermo, he and 11 others, in little rooms beneath the roof, like birds. Every day he showed me all over the cathedral. I knelt before the huge porphyry sarcophagus in which Frederick II lies. It is a sublime, bare, monstrous thing, blood-coloured, and held up by lions who have caught some of the rage of the great emperor's restless soul. At first my young friend, Giuseppe Laverdi, gave me information, but on the 3rd day I gave information to him, and rewrote history as usual, and told him all about the Supreme King and his court of poets, and the terrible book that he never wrote. His reason for entering the church was singularly medieval. I asked him why he thought of becoming a clerico, and how. He answered, "My father is a cook and most poor, and we are many at home, so it seemed to me a good thing that there should be in so small a house as ours one less mouth to feed, for though I am slim, I eat much. Too much, alas, I fear." I told him to be comforted, because God used poverty often as a means of bringing people to him, and used riches never or rarely. So Giuseppe was comforted, and I gave him a little book of devotion, very pretty, and with far more pictures than prayers in it, so of great service to Giuseppe, whose eyes are beautiful. I also gave him many lira, and prophesied for him a cardinal's hat, if he remained very good, and never forgot me. At Naples we stopped 3 days. Most of my friends are, as you know, in prison, but I met some of nice memory. We came to Rome on Holy Thursday. H.M. left on Saturday for Gland, and yesterday to the terror of Grisel. Footnote: Hartwell de la Garde Grisel, a papal chamberlain. End footnote. And all the papal court. I appeared in the front rank of the pilgrims in the Vatican, and got the blessing of the Holy Father, a blessing they would have denied me. He was wonderful as he was carried past me on his throne, not of flesh and blood, but a white soul robed in white, and an artist as well as a saint, the only instance in history, if the newspapers are to be believed. I have seen nothing like the extraordinary grace of his gestures as he rose, from moment to bless, possibly the pilgrims, but certainly me. Tree should see him. It is his only chance. I was deeply impressed, and my walking stick showed signs of budding. Would have budded, indeed, only at the door of the chapel it was taken from me by the knave of spades. This strange prohibition is, of course, in honour of Tannhäuser. How did I get the ticket? By a miracle, of course. I thought it was hopeless, and made no effort of any kind. On Saturday afternoon at 5 o'clock, Harold and I went to have tea at the Hôtel de l'Europe. Suddenly, as I was eating buttered toast, a man, or what seemed to be one, dressed like a hotel porter, entered and asked me would I like to see the Pope on Easter Day. I bowed my head humbly and said, "Non sum dignus," or words to that effect. He at once produced a ticket. When I tell you that his countenance was of supernatural ugliness, and that the price of the ticket was 30 pieces of silver, I need say no more. An equally curious thing is that whenever I pass the hotel, which I do constantly, I see the same man. Scientists call that phenomenon an obsession of the visual nerve. You and I know better. On the afternoon of Easter Day I heard vespers at the Lateran, music quite lovely. At the close, a bishop in red and with red gloves, such as Pater talks of in Gaston de la Tour, came out on the balcony and showed us the relics. He was swarthy and wore a yellow mitre. A sinister medieval man, but superbly Gothic, just like the bishops carved on stalls or on portals. And when one thinks that once people mocked at stained glass attitudes, they are the only attitudes for the clothes. The sight of the bishop, whom I watched with fascination, filled me with the great sense of the realism of Gothic art. Neither in Greek art nor in Gothic art is there any pose. Posing was invented by bad portrait painters, and the first person who posed was a stockbroker, and he has gone on posing ever since. I send you a photograph I took on Palm Sunday at Palermo. Do send me some of yours, and love me always, and try to read this letter. Kindest regards to your dear mother. Always, Oscar. Letter to Robert Ross. End of section. To Robert Ross, 1900. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 123. Here published for the first time. 20 pages, octavo. About 2½ pages of the manuscript are omitted here. £90. Roma, Saturday, 1900. My dear Robbie, 1,000 thanks for all your trouble. The cheque arrived safely this morning. Of course, I got your telegram from Milan, and wrote to you at the Hotel Cavour, a long, interesting, and of course seriously compromising letter. Should it fall into the hands of the authorities, you will be immortal. I have not seen the Holy Father since Thursday, but am bearing up wonderfully well. I am sorry to say he has approved of a dreadful handkerchief, with a portrait of himself in the middle, and basilicas at the corners. It is very curious, the connection between faith and bad art. I feel it myself. Whenever I see the Pope, I admire Bernini, but Bernini had a certain dash and life and assertion. Theatrical life, but life for all that. The handkerchief is a dead thing. By the way, did I tell you that on Easter Sunday I was completely cured of my mussel poisoning? It is true, and I always knew I would be. 5 months under a Jewish physician at Paris not merely did not heal me, but made me worse. The blessing of the Vicar of Christ made me whole. Armand Point, the French painter, a bad Botticelli Jones artist, is here, and has promised to do me a tabella votiva. The only difficulty is the treatment of the mussels. They are not decorative, except the shells, and I didn't eat the shells. I have been 3 times to see the great Velasquez of the Pamphili Pope. It is quite the grandest portrait in the world. The entire man is there. I also go to look at the beautiful voluptuous marble at the Museo Nazionale. What a lovely thing it is. Yesterday a painful thing happened. You know the terrible, the awe-inspiring effect that royalty has on me. Well, I was outside the Café Nazionale taking iced coffee with gelato, a most delightful drink, when the king drove past. I at once stood up and made him a low bow, with hat doffed, to the admiration of some Italian officers at the next table. It was only when the king had passed that I remembered that I was papista and nerissimo. I was greatly upset. However, I hope the Vatican won't hear about it. See illustration number 8, page 77. I enclose you a little cutting that appeared in Palermo while I was there. My incognito vanished in 3 hours, and the students used to come to the café to talk, or rather to listen. To their great delight I always denied my identity. On being asked my name, I said every man has only one name. They asked me what name that was. Io was my answer. This was regarded as a wonderful reply, containing in it all philosophy. Rome is burning with heat, really terrible, but at 4:30 I am going to the Borghese to look at daisies and drink milk. The Borghese milk is as wonderful as the Borghese daisies. I also intend to photograph Arnaldo. By the way, can you photograph cows well? I did one of cows in the Borghese, so marvellous that I destroyed it. I was afraid of being called the modern Paul Potter. Cows are very fond of being photographed, and, unlike architecture, don't move. I propose to go to Orvieto tomorrow. I have never seen it, and I must revisit Tivoli. How long I shall stay here I don't know. A fortnight, perhaps. Write always to Cook's. Love to Moore and Reggie. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, 1900, from the Catalogue of the Dallow Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 119, here published for the first time, 8 pages, octavo. About 2 3/4 pages of the manuscript are omitted here. £36. Rome, 1900. Dear little Robbie, I enclose the Sicilian cutting. I forgot it, of course. It is pleasant to pluck praise from the meadows of Persephone, recognition by asphodels. Need I say that I see the Holy Father again tomorrow? I am thrilled with the prospect of an old pleasure, and am promised a seat for the canonization, or beatification, on the 24th. Rome is hot, so I don't know that I can stay, but I would like to go. It would annoy the withered blank, and fill me with holy joy. Yesterday I went to Libano. How lovely it is! The day was beautiful, and the silent waveless lake a mirror of turquoise. It was wise enough to reflect nothing but its own beauty. Would that the same could be said of all mirrors. I am at the Roma, the first time for 10 days. Would you were here. Yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, 27th of April, 1900, from the Catalogue of the Dallow Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 121, here published for the first time, 8 pages, octavo. About a half page of the manuscript is omitted here. £36. Rome. Vernady, April 27th, 1900. Dear Robbie, would it bore you awfully to send me my allowance in an order on Cook here? It takes a week to cash a cheque. I know it will bore you, but then you are a little saint. Not, I am glad to say, in conduct, which is nothing, but in soul, which is all. I am so glad you told me about Moore's loss. I had the chance of writing to him about all his sweet, courteous, gentle kindness to my own mother. He is so good to others that one feels it is vulgar to praise him to himself, and to praise him to others unnecessary. I hope to see him in the Vatican, not as the Knave of Spades, but medieval, or rather Renaissance, ruff and gold chain, and the sombre splendour of black raiment. A Spanish fashion, I believe. All the people at the Vatican try to look like Moore. That they succeed is more their fault than his. Today, on coming out of the Vatican gallery, Greek gods and the Roman middle classes in my brain, all marble to make the contrast worse, I found that the Vatican gardens were open to the Bohemian and the Portuguese pilgrims. I at once spoke both languages fluently, explained that my English dress was a form of penance, and entered that waste, desolate park, with its faded Louis XIV gardens, its sombre avenues, its sad woodland. The peacocks screamed, and I understood why tragedy dogged the gilt feet of each pontiff. But I wandered in exquisite melancholy for an hour. I have been reading dear Aymer Valence on Burne-Jones, his decorative side. It is most delightful. No more paper. Always yours, Oscar. Lot 122. Here published for the first time. 8 pages, octavo. Nearly 2 pages of the manuscript are omitted here. £36. Thursday, Rome. 1900. Dearest Robbie, your telegram just arrived. Its deciphering was most fascinating work. We all felt like the archaeologists over the stone at the Lapis Niger. which stone I believe to be an early example of Roman humour. Fescennine license it was called later on. I wrote to you yesterday, to the Cavour. Today is wet and stormy, but I have again seen the Holy Father. Each time he dresses differently. It is most delightful. Today over his white a purple velvet cape edged with ermine, and a huge scarlet and gold stole. I was deeply moved, as usual. I gave a ticket to a new friend, Dario. I like his name so much. The pilgrims arrive in great black swarms. I am sure that Pharaoh was punished by a plague of them. Some of them, however, go mad. 3 cases yesterday. They are much envied by their more sane brethren. I wish you would write to me about Venice. It is really absurd. Is it due to Simmons? How is dear Moore? He was missed as usual at the Vatican. Carlisle Stebbing does not suit St. Peter's. Its astounding proportions increases his size. It is most curious. Write soon. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, 14th of May, 1900. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 124, here published for the first time, 8 pages, octavo. We omit about 2 1/4 pages of the manuscript. £36. Rome, May 14th, 1900. Write to Paris. Dearest Robbie, you never write to me now, so I don't know if it is worth while informing you of my movements. However, I leave Rome tomorrow for Naples, thence by boat to Genoa, thence to Chambray, where awaits me, or should do so, with his automobile, and so to Paris. I suppose one of us will arrive safe. I hope it will be me. Rome has quite absorbed me. I must winter here. It is the only city of the soul. I have been to Albano, and Nemi, and Tivoli, and seen much of Armand Point, who is really a dear fellow, gay and romantic, simple and intellectually subtle, with an inordinate passion for beauty in its most complete expression, and an inordinate love of life. My photographs are now so good that in my moments of mental depression, alas, not rare, I think that I was intended to be a photographer, but I shake off the mood, and know that I was made for more terrible things, of which colour is an element. The cloister or the café, there is my future. I tried the hearth, but it was a failure. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, 1900. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 116, here published for the first time, 8 pages, octavo. Phrases omitted throughout. £45. Grand Café, 14 Boulevard des Capucines, 14, Paris. Printed heading. Hôtel d'Alsace, Rue des Beaux-Arts, Paris. 1900. Dearest Robbie, I have at last arrived. I stayed 10 days with at Gland. The automobile was delightful, but of course it broke down. They, like all machines, are more willful than animals, nervous, irritable, strange things. I am going to write an article on Nerves in the Inorganic World. Frank Harris is here. Also, I asked what you suggested, without mentioning any sum at all, after dinner. He had just won £400 at the races, and £800 a few days before, so he was in high spirits. When I spoke to him he went into paroxysms of rage, followed by satirical laughter, and said it was the most monstrous suggestion he had ever heard, that he would do nothing of the kind, that he was astounded at my suggesting such a thing, that he did not recognize I had any claim of any kind on him. He was really revolting. I was quite disgusted. I told Frank Harris about it, and he was greatly surprised, but made the wise observation, "One should never ask for anything, it is always a mistake." He said I should have got someone to sound blank, and ask him for me. I had also the same idea, but you did not seem to like the prospect of a correspondence with blank, where money was concerned, and I am not surprised. It is a most horrible and really heartbreaking affair when I remember his assurances of eternal devotion, his incessant offers of all his life and belongings. Well, it sickens me. It gives me nausea. The affair occurred at the Café de la Paix, so of course I made no scene. I said that if he did not recognize my claim, there was nothing more to be said. We dined last night with Frank Harris at Mere. I was quite as usual, but he really is, now that he has money, become mean and narrow and greedy. He always accused you of having the bourgeois commercial view of money, instead of the generous, chivalrous, aristocratic view. But he really has out-Heroded Herod this time. "I can't afford to spend anything except on myself," was one of his observations. "I thought of you, and dear Moore, and all your generosity and chivalry and sacrifice for me. It is an ugly thing. It taints life. Send me my cheque like a good boy. Ever yours, Oscar." I am horrified about Smithers. It really is too bad. End of section. To Robert Ross, 1900. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 118. Here published for the first time. 4 pages, octavo. Omissions of no consequence. £20. Paris, 1900. Dear Robbie, thanks for cheque. Frank Harris has spoken to blank, who now seems to have more sense of the situation and what he should do. His only fear was that he had spent all his money. But he cannot be serious. So if you write to him, perhaps it would be better to say how pleased you are to hear from me that he is going to arrange some scheme for me. Why doesn't Reggie come to Paris? Frank Harris is very wonderful and really very good and sympathique. He always comes 2 hours late for meals, but in spite of that is delightful. He keeps blank in order. The age of miracles is clearly not over. The only ugly thing at the exhibition is the public. The most beautiful modern picture is Shannon's portrait of himself. I have gone several times to see it. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, August 1900. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 127. Here first published. 4 pages, octavo. Printed almost in full. £12. Paris, Wednesday, August 1900. Of course, the cheque at once, please. Dear Robbie, thanks so much for the photographs. You photograph nearly as well as I do. What an art it is. Your only rival in titles is Rossetti. Smithers appeared here with his new mistress. She is quite clean and charmingly dressed. We went to the exhibition one night. Blank was with me. He doesn't like blank. He tried to explain about you. He is a pleasant, plausible ruffiano, and one touch of comedy send morality and moralizing sky high. I do hope you will get back your money. Smithers attributes his ruin to blank and blank. I dined with Vincent O'Sullivan last night. He was really very pleasant for one who treats life from the standpoint of the tomb. He was much amused at my asking where Walter Pollock was taking the whiskies and waters now. Please send me my cheque at once. Pray do this. Love to Reg. Ever yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, 1900. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 129, here first published. 6 pages, octavo. About 1 1/4 pages of the manuscript are omitted here. £25. Printed heading. Grand Café, 14 Boulevard de Capucine, Paris. Date torn out. 1900. My dear Robbie, thanks for the cheque. I enclose receipt. I am horrified at what you tell me about blank. Its impertinence, its coarseness, its lack of imagination. I should really write to him if I were you. He who 7 times sought and 7 times received the blessing of the Holy Father is not to be excommunicated by the withered eunuch of the Vatican, blank. By he, I mean myself. It is a curious, and therefore natural thing, but I cannot stand Christians because they are never Catholics, and I cannot stand Catholics because they are never Christians. Otherwise I am at one with the indivisible Church. By the way, I suppose the great revival of architecture, Gothic and Renaissance, was due simply to the fact that God found he could only live in temples made by hands. In the heart of man he could not live. He was not the first. I have seen Maurice lately. We spent 2 evenings at the exhibition. He does odd jobs for Strong, and quarrels with him incessantly. From your silence about blank, my worst suspicions are confirmed. Is it a sprightly lady journalist who led him astray? Or was it one of those typical English women with their fatal gift of duty? Blank, I have not seen for a week. I feel sure he will do nothing. Brandy and betting monopolize his soul. He is really a miser, but his method of hoarding is spending. A new type. Love to R. Yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, 1900. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 117, here published for the first time. 4 pages, octavo. Printed in full. £16. Grand Café, 14 Boulevard de Capucine, Paris. Printed heading. Hôtel d'Alsace, Rue des Beaux-Arts, 1900. Dear Robbie, you say I should have acknowledged the cheque. I didn't do so because you only wrote 1 line and 3/4 to me, though you were in the country where you must have had heaps of leisure. I now beg you to send me a cheque at once, and also a long letter. I have been with blank at Gland. He is almost as neurasthenic as I am, but there was the automobile. I had to consult a specialist before I left Paris, I was so ill. It seems that not muscles, but neurasthenia was the cause of my illness, which had returned with renewed violence. I am very glad my sister-in-law is to be married to Texiera. It is an excellent idea. I hear Reggie is in France. I wish he would come here. How are you? Do let me know what you are doing, and how Max's engagement is going on. It is the only amusing engagement I ever heard of. Yours, Oscar. End of section. To Robert Ross, 1st of September 1900. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 128, here first published. 4 pages, 8vo. Omissions of minor importance. £20. Grand Café, 14 Boulevard de Capucine, Paris. Saturday, September 1st, 1900. Printed heading. My dear Robbie, thanks for the cheque. Your letter is very maddening. Nothing about yourself. No details. And yet you know I love middle-class tragedies, and the little squabbles that build up family life in England. I have had delightful letters from you, quite in the style of Jane Austen. You, I know, are the Cinderella of your family, and lead them all a dreadful life, like your Märchen prototype. You turned your dear mother's carriage into a pumpkin, and won't let your sisters wear your slippers, and always have the comfortable ingle nook by the fire, except in summer, when you make poor Alec sit there. The cure was dull, but I got better. He is now in Paris with his slave who, like all slaves, is most tyrannical. He and I, however, are great friends. I think is on the verge of acute melancholia. At present he has almost arrived at total abstinence, drinks and talks mineral waters. I like people who talk wine. So, is in London. Where is he staying? Do you think he has really spent all his money? It is a great pity if he has. How is dear Moore? And Reggie? Paris is full of second-rate tourists. German and American are the only languages one hears. It is dreadful. Yours, Oscar. End of section. To Frank Harris. From the Catalogue of the Stetson Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 311. Autograph letter signed, 2 pages, 8vo. Paris, no date. To Frank Harris. Signed, Oscar. My proprietaire is worrying me to distraction to pay my bill, or part of it. Could you send me £20? I am quite without a sou, and must give the landlord £15. If you can manage it, it will be a great kindness. End of section. To Frank Harris, 1900. From the Catalogue of the Delau Collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 41. Fragment from an autograph letter to Frank Harris, in Wilde's hand throughout. 12 pages. The beginning, the end, and a portion of the middle of the letter, which probably extended to a further 12 pages, are missing, and a small piece is torn from the first part of this letter. A tragic and pathetic letter written from Paris in 1900. £50. Smithers goes privately to you and blackmails you out of £100. If my agreement with Smithers is worth the paper it is written on, it belongs to the official receiver. Smithers has no more right to it than Robbie Ross or Reggie Turner. Smithers told Robbie Ross a month ago that he was going to blackmail you. The word was Smithers' own. Robbie thought it was a joke, and was astounded last night to find you had fallen into the trap. If you have a good solicitor, he will be able to make this wretch Smithers disgorge without the receiver hearing anything of the matter. I don't suppose I shall get much of what he owes me out of Smithers. 6 pence in the pound, possibly. On September 26th, you signed an agreement promising to pay within a week from that date the sum of £175. You had left your cheque-book in London, but would send me a cheque on your return. The manuscript is interrupted here, but goes on. Twice a day a surgeon comes to dress my wounds, which are not yet healed. The doctor calls every second day. My bill at the chemist is £35, and my expenses and debts amount to about £200. I am almost literally without a penny, torturing myself into a state of fever trying to raise small sums of money. I would have been well a fortnight ago had you kept your word to me. I rarely sleep. I have taken so much morphine that it has no more effect on me than water. Chloral and opium are the only things the doctor can think of, as the surgeon declines to allow any subcutaneous injections. All this, my dear Frank, is due to you. Did you really intend to pay me within the week? Had you really forgotten your cheque-book in London? It is difficult to imagine you living in Paris in the style and luxury that you like and are accustomed to, without a cheque-book. When did the idea of trying to make me, of all people, responsible for Smithers' blackmailing occur to you? Had Smithers tried it on with me, he would have had a very smart rejoinder and some good advice, but he was cautious enough to enter me in his statement of affairs as one of his creditors. Smithers some time ago got me to sign a paper entitling him to receive on my behalf a sum of money that was coming to me. He said I was not businesslike, and that it would be a pleasure for him to look after my affairs. I fell into the trap, and since I signed the document I have heard nothing from Smithers except that I am among his creditors. As I am alive, and cased neither in lead nor deal, as dead king or dead pauper, let us bury the horrible past. I owe about £180. It is due to doctors, surgeons, chemists, the hotel itself, whose bill will be enormous. You owe me £125. That makes £150. Here the fragment ends. End of section. Robert Ross to Oscar Wilde, 27th of November, 1900. From the catalogue of the Dallow collection. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot 51. Ross, Robert. A very important letter of the greatest interest, being probably the last written to Wilde before his death in Paris. It is dated, in Millard's hand, 27th of November, 1900. Wilde died on the 30th of November. It is extremely unlikely that he ever saw this letter. 2 pages, 8vo. £7, 7 shillings. He tells Wilde his expected movements. He was interrupted in a foreign tour with his mother to attend Wilde's funeral. I hope that with the new century Frank Harris is going to turn over, at least a new cheque, in your favour, and I somehow feel that if you had ever known my undistinguished uncle, an angel in the Irvingite church, you would, in spite of this disadvantage, have felt very much as you do now. Seriously, you must not get too depressed. Things are sure to come right. And remember, violent letters, though justifiable in every way, are of no use in the present case. Signed, Always your devoted Robbie. End of section. End of Letters of Oscar Wilde, Volume 5, 1898 to 1900.